Good evening. Today's Wednesday, June 14, 2023. El Monte Union High School District Board of Trustees meeting. At this time, we will look at the agenda, item A. And Dr. Zuniga, can you please, or I'll open up the meeting at 5:30 p.m. Can you please take roll call so that we can go into closed session?
Of course. Good evening, everyone. Start off with Member Carlos Salcedo,
Here.
Member Florencio Briones,
Present.
Member Qui Win,
Here.
Member Salazar Secretary informed me that she is ill today. She will not be attending the meeting. Board Member Ricardo Padilla.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. At this time, Legal Counsel Olivares and Madruga, can you please take us into closed session?
There it is.
Perfect.
Push the button. The board will be convening on one item under Government Code Section 54956.8, consultation with real property negotiators. Property address of 4105 Rosemead Boulevard, Rosemead, California.
Thank you, Attorney Gallagher. At this time, the board will go into closed session. We'll be back out at 6 p.m. for open session. Welcome. Today is Wednesday, June 14, 2023 at 6:01. At this time, we're going to continue with our agenda. Item B, we just came out of closed session. We will now open session at 6:01. Superintendent Dr. Edward Zuniga, can you please take roll call?
Yes, good evening, everyone. We'll start off with Member Carlos Salcedo,
Present.
Member Florencio Briones,
Present.
Member Qui Win,
Present.
Member Salvatore de Seegers is ill, so she will not be here with us this evening. And we also have Member Ricardo Padilla.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Oh,
Dr.
I'm sorry, excuse me. We also have our student board member.
Right.
Wasn't a required meeting, but he is here and joined us. I also want to roll call Ruben Carrasco, student board member.
Here.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Edward Zuniga, Superintendent of the El Monte Union High School District. At this time, we will move on to roll call, and I would like to call on Mr. Cuevas, Principal of El Monte High School, or let me rephrase that, the first Latino principal that El Monte High School has ever had. Please stand and help us with the flag salute, please.
I pledge to allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Cuevas. I really appreciate that. Next, I will read a poem. And again, those of you that regularly watch our board meetings, you know that I do this in honor of my colleague, the Honorable Professor Stella Torres de Seegers. It was something that I learned during her presidency, and it was something that I wanted to follow. Today's poem, in honor of LGBTQ, or June being LGBTQ month, LGBTQ plus month, and also in honor of inclusivity, I would like to read this poem. It's called "The Miracle of Mourning." I thought I'd awaken to a world in mourning, heavy clouds crowding, a society storming. But there's something different on this golden morning, something magical in the sunlight, wide and warming. I see a dad with the stroller taking a jog. Across the street, a bright-eyed girl chases her dog. A grandma on a porch fingers her rosaries. She grins as her young neighbor brings her groceries. While we might feel small, separate, and all alone, our people have never been more closely tethered. The question isn't if we will weather this unknown, but how we will weather this unknown together. So on this meaningful morn, we mourn and we mend. Like light, we can't be broken even when we bend. As one, we will defeat both despair and disease. We stand with the healthcare heroes and all employees, with families, libraries, schools, waiters, artists, businesses, restaurants, and hospitals hit hardest. We ignite not in the light, but in the lack thereof. For it is in loss that we truly learn to love. In this chaos, we will discover clarity. In suffering, we must find solidarity. For it's our grief that gives us our gratitude, shows us how to find hope if we ever lose it. So ensure that this ache wasn't endured in vain. Do not ignore the pain, give it purpose, use it. Read children's books, dance alone to DJ music. Know that this distance will make our hearts grow fonder. From a wave of woes, our world will emerge stronger. We'll observe how the burdens braved by humankind are also the moments that make us humans kind. Let every dawn find us courageous, brought closer, heeding the light before the fight is over. When this ends, we'll smile sweetly, finally seeing in testing times we became the best of beings. And if you were as captivated as we were by American Youth Poet Laureate Amanda Gorman's poem that I read in a previous board meeting called "The Hill We Climb," this is also one of her works, and I just wanted to acknowledge her. Amanda Gorman, American Youth Poet Laureate. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, we're going to move on, and I'm asking for an approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda for Wednesday, June 14, 2023.
Move to approve. Second.
I have a motion by Board Member Mr. Florencio Briones. I have a second by Mr. Carlos Salcedo. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Agenda is approved. Item on B2, consider approval of Board of Trustees meeting minutes for May 3rd, 2023 regular meeting. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
I have a
Second.
motion to approve by Board Member Carlos Salcedo. Can I get a second?
Second.
I have a second by Board Member Florencio Briones. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
The minutes are approved for May 3rd. Item number 3, B3, consider approval of Board of Trustees meeting minutes for May 17, 2023 special board meeting. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
I got a motion to approve by Board Member Florencio Briones. I have a second by Board Member Mr. Carlos Salcedo. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
The minutes for May 17th are approved. Item B4, recognition of South Del Monte High School Future Business Leaders of America for National Qualifying Students, FBLA, Future Business Leaders of America. Dr. Edward Zuniga, Superintendent.
Thank you, President Padilla. Again, good evening, everyone. There's plenty of seats up here, so if you're standing, join us over here. We have a great program this evening. We're recognizing 2 outstanding groups. The first one I'd like to begin with, this is the recognition, as the President stated, for South Del Monte High School's FBLA, Future Business Leaders of America Club. I cannot say enough about the development of this program since, I'm going to say decades now, because of the individual that has spearheaded this program along with her colleagues. I know there takes a few more folks to help out, but I want to start off with honoring and recognizing our teacher, Mrs. Tam Lee Wong, who I had the privilege to work alongside when I was principal at South Del Monte High School, and the caliber that I not only see in the classroom, but the connectedness to the students, not only during instruction time, but even spending a lot of time away from her family to support the FBLA club. And without that support, as we know as parents too, sometimes students don't get that encouragement and that pat in the back and really show the impact that they have individually when they go compete with that confidence level because of Mrs. Wong's work alongside with her other colleagues that have supported FBLA along the last couple of years. The program has been the best in the district, has been successful, and we have had countless students attend not only the state, but also I recall some national times that we've actually flown kids away out of the state to compete during the summer, and we've had great results coming back. And I'm excited to say that once again, we will be doing that, not only 1, not only 2, not only 3, but 4 students that qualified as a result of the state competition that was held during the school year this spring. I want to invite Dr. Jorge Morales, our principal, to introduce the team, and also Ms. Wong, and then we will provide you some background and honor our students. Dr. Morales, good evening.
Good evening to you, Dr. Zuniga, and of course, Board President Ricardo Padilla, board members. Dr. Zuniga stated it well just now. Of course, as a school principal, we're really proud of the students' achievements. We believe in our school mission of every student success story. With that said, under the leadership of Ms. Wong, our FBLA sponsored lead teacher, she has definitely supported the students. The students have found a home, a connection into the studies, of course, of the components of Future Business Leaders of America competitions. The students that we will recognize tonight did so well at the state level that they are now, of course, going to go out and not just represent South Del Monte High School, but of course the El Monte Union High School District, themselves and their families in Atlanta, Georgia in 2 weeks, okay? So we wish them the best of luck as they go out there to compete. So I'm gonna call out the students first, and then I will also take a quick note to recognize Ms. Wong as well, okay? So we do have senior Anthony True. Anthony, come on up. Anthony's being recognized as first place at the state level in word processing, and we wish him the best of luck here as he's gonna go out there and continue to demonstrate excellence in word processing. Next, Arturo Aguirre. Arturo's also being recognized for Accounting 1. And we wish Arturo also the best of luck as he goes out to Atlanta. We have Corey Wynn. Corey Wynn is going out there for spreadsheet applications, identified also as Excel, the functions of Excel, and also Vincent Vo, spreadsheet applications as well. So these four seniors, they will be out there in Atlanta. They're going to be working with Ms. Wong again, and we wish them the best of luck in their individual categories. The value of this travel experience, the value of networking with other like-minded students around the country is going to be worth, again, a lifetime experience. So we thank you guys again for your commitment to making the program strong, and we also wish you the best of luck. So 4 gentlemen here being recognized, and now I would also like to bring over the coach, Ms. Wong. Come on up, Ms. Wong. And Ms. Wong, of course, as Dr. Zuniga has stated it, as principal of the high school, our job is easy, again, when we support the teachers that are just putting in the work and committing themselves to what they believe in, their passions, their hobbies, which is to support the students with future business leaders of America components. So Ms. Wong, endless hours, a lot of time, I know. Again, you create a nice, comfortable environment, especially in today's climate, social, emotional learning opportunities. The kids find a home in your area, and they're able to, again, show you that respect and appreciation. So thank you, Ms. Wong, for what you do.
Thank you. Thank you so much. With that being said, I would like to ask the entire board if you can join me down at the bottom so that we can present some certificates, please, and some pins.
And as the board comes down, just want to also recognize the rest of the teammates that are not here that also went out to state and put in a good effort as well. Too many names to call now, but again, congratulations to the overall team.
Absolutely. So I'll go ahead and I'll go first, and then I'll allow my colleagues to call out some other names. So we can stand over here, board. First, I'd like to thank the instructional leader, Ms. Wong. Thank you so much for your leadership. I know I've been on the board for 10 years, and I visited your class, time and time again, and I can always recall when I walk into your room, I never really get to talk to you because you're always you're allowing your students to show their parents what it is that they worked on, and I could see the work all over the walls, and I could see them on the computer, and so I just kind of lean over, say hello, but I know that the students feel really proud of the work that they accomplished in there when they're showing their mother, father, or their guardian. So I'll present the first certificate, and the certificate of recognition reads as follows. The certificate of recognition is presented to Vincent Vo, South El Monte High School, for qualifying to compete in the 2023 National Future Business Leaders of America, better known as FBLA, Leadership Conference. Your academic perseverance and success are to be commended. Congratulations from the El Monte Union High School District Board of Trustees. And it is signed by myself, President Ricardo Padilla, my Vice President, the Honorable Estela Torres de Sigris, who could not be here tonight, my clerk, Mr. Queen Nguyen, and also members Florencio Briones and Mr. Carlos Salcido. So come on forward, Vincent Vo. Congratulations. There you go. And we also have a lapel pin that we provide to all of our students whenever we're recognizing very special students. So the one that we're wearing is exactly what you're getting. So great job, okay? And you will do the honors for the second one. Here you go.
It could be Corey Huynh from South El Monte High School. And congratulations, and first of all, I want, great teacher produce great student. And this all go to you, Ms. Wong. And I did visit your class once, and it very impressed me very much. And all your students are marvelous. So congratulations to you all. So Corey Huynh, please come over here and accept your recognition.
Thank you. I'd like to present the certificate to Arturo Aguirre. Come on up. And very briefly, I do want to share a couple words. I spent quite a bit of time in Mrs. Wong's room at South Amani High School when I was a classified employee with the district, working as a tech specialist. So I know the amount of work that she puts in the classroom. I know the dedication that she has to her students, and I know the strength of the program at South Amani High School there at FBLA. One of the last events I attended was an FBLA meeting right before COVID, literally the week before everything shut down. And to see a room full of students during their lunch hour who came to have, there was a regular meeting of the club, because it is a club, and this is voluntary. This isn't something that the students are required to do. But to see a room full of 30 kids, students, young people participating in this, and the dedication that they showed, the board that they had, the president, the vice president, the treasurer, all that, and the work that you put in and the assistance that you receive from your colleagues, it shows in the caliber of students that we have here today. So congratulations to not only to our students, but also to Mrs. Wong, to South Amani High School, because this is what we do here at Almani Union. These are the students that we produce. And I always tell folks, no matter where I go, who I talk to, I always tell them, I will put any one of our students up against any student up and down this state. And I guarantee you, we will come out victorious. Congratulations to all of you. Well earned.
Okay. Anthony True. Come on up. I just want to take a moment just to congratulate all of you and thank you for representing us so well at state, and wishing you all the best in Atlanta. But not only, I'm happy every year that we get to honor, right, and recognize, just a large amount of students year in, year out from different fields. Some of them are academic, some of them are athletic, just for very many reasons, right? And it gives us an opportunity really to see, face to face who our students are, thank them personally, but also their families, because we know that, it takes a village, right? So parents, family, if you're here, please stand and let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you. Without you two, it's nearly impossible to reach these heights, right? So congratulations and best of luck.
Thank you. So before I announce this last name, just really quickly to my four peers. It's crazy because I know all you guys. But I just want to say, from the bottom of my heart, it's been a pleasure seeing you guys grow for these past 4 years. And it's even crazier to say that you guys are going to compete for a national competition. You guys worked super hard. And I only say that because I've seen you guys work and put in the hours behind the scenes. So I'm beyond proud of all of you guys, And I always said before, this is my family. And technically, I consider you guys like brothers to me. So really just know that I'm extremely proud of all you guys and your families for raising you guys right. So congratulations. But a lot of it is due part to this amazing person who made it all happen as well, who put in countless hours as well. And I'm gonna give her the mics so she can share a couple of words as well. But Ms. Wong, you're a pleasure to this community, to South Amani High School, to EMUHSD, and really, these 4 kids, your whole team, they're a product of you. They're a product of your great qualities, your characteristics. So for that, we thank you. I thank you. So please give a round of applause. Yeah, so Tam Lee Wong for South Amani High School.
Thank you, Ms. Wong. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ruben. Well, thank you very much for district administration and our board member for such a special recognition for our student. I know our club is not just these 4 young men here. They represent everybody who is in our club. But most importantly, it represents the spirit of South and Monte trying to make sure that we have a voice in the world. And I went to a meeting today, virtually, of course, to get ready for our national, and I learned there'll be 12,000 students there at our conference, and 50 state and even international students. So our team is in for some very special experience, and I'm making them do a lot of walking because we are going to meet and greet, and they are required to meet at least 10 new people, not from California. And so a program at its heart is always to make our student, and just like Dr. Morales said, every student is a success story. And my goal when I become a teacher was to make sure that our students find their path and to be at best at what they're good at. And so when they come in, they're unsure, but as they learn more each year, and with the support of the district to help us find a way to get to places to help our students find their special skill and that niche area so they can develop and major in college is exactly what a teacher hopes for. So I could not do this without the district support, my administration at SAL, and of course, the students' effort and dedication. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you again. Thank you so much for being here, and we wish you nothing but the best, moving forward. You guys deserve all that, and a lot of positive things, and I know that it makes us, the board, proud to know that you guys are going to be running our world in the years to come. And I have to tell you, had I not gone into education, there's days that we all have in education. I'm sure Ms. Wong feels the same way, that there's days we're like, should have gone into business and followed the business track. And so you guys are definitely on the right track. All right, so congratulations. Again, another round of applause for South El Monte High School Eagles. Thank you. Okay, you want a picture with the board? Okay, picture with the board and then one without. Yeah. That was great. Okay, so moving on the agenda, we're going to look at item B5, recognition of District Parent Volunteer of the Year and each school's parent volunteer for the 2022-2023 academic school year. Dr. Edward Zuniga, Superintendent.
Yeah, thank you again, President Padilla. It's my honor and pleasure again to recognize this year's El Monte Union High School District Parent of the Year. A little bit of history behind the Parent of the Year recognition. We created this, I'm going to say about 5 years ago now. Let's count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is actually our 6th year. So it was 5 years ago when we started this process. It was important for us to know that under our goals, one of our goals is to primarily focus on increasing parent and family engagement. And how do you do that in a high school setting can be challenging sometimes. As we all know that when you are in elementary school, either you get walked by your parent, they take you up to the door of the school, say bye-bye, kiss you. As we progress through middle school, you still see that a little bit. And as we get to the high school, we start trickling down because parents, trust their kids. They're in high school now, but we feel as a high school district that this is the most critical point of students or adolescents when they're going through that transition after middle school into high school, that freshman year. Very, very important. And without the support of parents at the high school level, we believe that the academic progress will not be as extensive as we would have every parent involved, both at home and at the school site too. So we count on parents as much as we count on teachers and the school community to support our students as well. So I commend all of our parents for not only being involved in their day-to-day lives of their students at school, after school programming. These parents here have stood out throughout the year from each of our schools because we not only recognize the District Parent of the Year, but we also recognize a Parent of the Year for each of our schools. How we do the process that we rotate the District Parent of the Year. So this year, the rotation went to Rosemead High School, which has selected the District Parent of the Year. And before we do that and recognize this parent, we will also recognize the five other high schools that selected their Parent of the Year. And I'm going to invite at this time, we'll start off with Aurora High School. Unfortunately, our parent, who is Miss Connie Garcia, was not able to make it this evening. She informed us, but we do have an administrator from Aurora High School who is going to speak some points about the selection and why she was selected as Aurora High School's Parent of the Year. I want to welcome Ms. Jamie Witt, our assistant principal from Aurora High School.
Hello, everyone. It is my pleasure tonight to speak for a few moments about an outstanding individual who supports our band and color guard program, Miss Connie Garcia. Connie Garcia is a parent of 4 Arroyo students, one of whom just graduated this year, an alumni from 2 years ago, and in this upcoming year, she will have both a freshman and a sophomore student who are members of our color guard and our drumline program. If you know anything about our band and color guard, what you know is that it not only takes a village, it takes a small city to operate this program. The number of students we have involved is roughly about 150 plus on any given year, and the number of parent volunteers that are out there on a weekly basis to move the equipment and the students and to be sure that they are fed, closed, and housed during their day-long events every Saturday and on those Friday nights is immense. It takes a tremendous amount of organization. Now, in the last couple of years, Connie was involved kind of behind the scenes. She, in my time in activities, was always someone who was sending me text messages about, hey, this is what's going on. Hey, we need that. Here's what we placed, sending me pictures. But she was always kind of that behind the scenes mom that I knew was there supporting the board and Mr. Massaro as well. Well, in this past year, she was encouraged reluctantly to become the president of our board for our booster association for our band and color guard. And in talking to Joe over this last year, what we've really found is that Connie's been so great in reaching out to the parents that aren't typically the ones to be at the forefront, to raise their hand, to say, hey, I'm gonna be there to do everything. She's been amazing at recruiting people who maybe sat in the back of the room, and we know they're there for their kids, but maybe they just weren't as comfortable. And she has helped to build this outstanding army of people. We have seen a huge increase in the number of parent volunteers as a result of her work. It's been really a grassroots effort, is kind of how we see it, just this building up of people that we know are going to help to carry on the legacy of all of those who have come before. And an outstanding highlighted achievement for her this year is we hosted our first festival through the Southern California School Board Band and Orchestra Association, and this is a very big deal in the band world. Massaro basically handed it over to her and said, hey, we're doing this. Make it happen. And Connie pulled through with flying colors. So we had an outstanding festival, so much so that SCSBOA has recommended it as one of the best festivals that they saw in the past year, and are recommending it to all other, band and color guard groups in the area to attend our festival. And we are looking forward to, as we build that beautiful stadium, being able to host even more band and color guard events at our schools. So again, outstanding work on behalf of Connie. We look forward to working with her more this year. And thank you for recognizing her tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Witt.
Ms. Witt, on behalf of the Board of Trustees, we do have a certificate that
great.
Mr. Padilla will present, and we also would like for you to take one of those lovely orchids
I will.
for
I'll take
her.
the blue
If you
one.
can please share that with her, and don't keep it in your office. You want to give it to a parent, all right?
No, I'll get a hold of Connie this week.
All right.
Okay. Do you want us to give it to her now? All right. Here you go. Thank you, Ms. Witt, for highlighting Ms. Connie Garcia, and please give her our best, and then please help yourself to. Thank you so much. Another round of applause for Aurora High School.
Next, I'd like to welcome Principal from El Monte High School, Mr. Cuevas, and he'll say a couple remarks about his parent.
Oh, we're going to go down.
Good evening. Yeah, let me hold it. Good evening, Board President, Board of Trustees. It is my pleasure today to honor one of our parents. We have many parents that we could honor today that's involved in many different things, but this particular parent has been involved in our school site council, has been an integral part of looking at our single school plan for student achievement and looking at data and looking at our goals in that single school plan, and was deeply entrenched in trying to find different ways to strategize for our students. She's also a member of our ELAC committee and consistently will be there to support all of the different events that our ELAC committee will put together for our families. She's also part of the district ELAC committee, or DLAC committee, and so she's just involved in many different things, as well as taking many of the workshops that we offer at El Monte High School, whether it be Disciplina Positiva or the technology classes that we offer there. She also does an amazing job of supporting her children, and her daughter is going to be going to, remind me what school that is, Ms. Jimenez? Cal Poly Pomona. But with that, I'd love to be able to welcome Ms. Maria Jimenez to the front.
Good. Thank you. Yeah. So what we'll do is we'll have the parents just stand up here until everybody speaks, and then the board will go down just like we did with the students. Yes, lo que vamos a hacer es queremos que todos los padres se paren aquí hasta cuando ya hemos llamado los nombres de todos los que van a ser reconocidos, y luego la mesa directiva va a bajar para abajo, ¿ok? Espérenos un poquito. Go ahead, Dr. Zuniga.
Thank you. Next, we have representing Fernando Ledesma. Mr. Arteaga was not able to be here this evening, but he has requested if Mr. Larry Cisa would do the honors of recognizing and announcing Fernando Ledesma's Parent of the Year this year. So, Mr. Cisa?
Awesome.
First of all, I get the honor of doing this. This is actually a great honor. Fernando Ledesma is honoring Sandra Heredia. Sandra? Not here? Okay. I didn't know she wasn't going to be here, so. Okay, so Sandra Heredia has been a very important part of the can-do culture of Fernando Ledesma High School. Sandra has been a tremendous supporter to Fernando Ledesma High School for several years. Her daughter attended our school, Fernando Ledesma, past year, and Sandra was extremely supportive of Rachel, her daughter, and our programs. Sandra has proven over the years that she will go above and beyond to not only support her children, but also their parent programs in the Monte High School District. She's been tremendous. It's been awesome working with her also myself. She is very popular in our district due to her consistent reliability and positive attitude. Our staff loves her, and that's a big thing to say. When a staff loves a parent, that's gold. You know, it really is, and I admire that. Our staff loves her, and we are very fortunate to have her in our community. She has all the attributes to make her a role model for other parents, and we love using parents and all our parents here to be that role model to help other parents really get involved with our district, with their children, and all our children. So I admire that. But also, Sandra brings a positive energy and shares, and she does, the responsibility of partnership with our school in our district to help her child be successful and all other children be successful in their academic goals. We as a district, myself, Freddie Arteaga, we're very proud that she is the Mustang mom that she is. So with that, I really, because I got to know her, very positive person, very school and district oriented. She's a wonderful individual. So congratulations to her. You want to give me that?
Good. I put the certificate on the dais. Yeah, it's there for you with the lapel pin that we could give to Mr. Arteaga to give to Ms. Heredia. Yeah. Thank you so much. Please continue, Dr. Edward Zuniga.
Thank you. Next, we have from Mount View High School, our principal, Mr. Jose Bañas.
Board of Trustee President, Mr. Ricardo Padilla, members of the Armando Union High School District Board of Trustees, Dr. Zuniga, and members of the Cabinet, parents, friends, and guests, good evening. This year, one of our goals is to increase and engage parents in the educational journey of their children at Mountain View High School, and also to participate and volunteer in any activities and events. We are happy that this goal is thriving, and we will continue to provide these goals in the incoming years. On behalf of the Mountain View High School community, I am honored to present this year's Parent of the Year from the land of the Vikings, Mrs. Iya Mejia. Iya has an 11th grader and an incoming 9th grade attending Mountain View High School next school year. She has been involved and volunteered in various committees, ELAC, School Site Council, and PTSA, and actively engaged in all parent workshops, coffee with the principals, and even serving our teachers during Teacher Appreciation Day. We appreciate that. Mountain View High School is so proud and happy to have Mrs. Mejia, not only as a parent, but as a leader as well. Congratulations.
Yes. Thank you so much, Mr. Bañas. Really appreciate that. Congratulations, Ms. Mejia. Please continue, Dr. Edward Zuniga.
Thank you, President. Next, we have from South Almani High School again, Dr. Jorge Morales, presenting his Parent of the Year.
Thank you again, Dr. Zuniga. So good evening to all. As principal, I do begin by thanking all of our parents at South, all of our parents who also volunteer in PTSA, ELAC, band, athletics, and other school activities. They all help make South Tamale the best place to be for our students. This year, I respectfully recognize Mr. Ernie Amaya as our South Tamale High School Parent Volunteer of the Year. Mr. Amaya passed in December of 2022, leaving behind an agenda that our school site council continues to promote for the upcoming school year. Mr. Amaya advocated for students and staff as the school site council as the chairperson for that committee. Mr. Amaya believed in promoting learning expectations that promoted teachers' excellence, student achievement, and a school culture that celebrates every student being a success story. Mr. Amaya gave our school the parent voice in the areas that highlighted effective teaching and learning, equitable grading to encourage an increase in our college-going culture, and the sponsorship of increased parental involvement. Mr. Amaya is the husband of Mrs. Marlene Amaya and the proud father of our student, Alexis Amaya, a rising senior who participated in the Mission Valley Championship softball team, and she's also a member of the Early College Academy and also in AVID. So with that said, I recognize Mr. Ernie Amaya as the South Tamale High School Parent Volunteer of the Year. Onward and upward, rest in peace, our friend, as we celebrate again your contributions to our school.
Please take one of the orchids that we have there to present to the family. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Morales. Dr. Edward Zuniga, please continue.
Thank you. Finally, we have the El Monte Union High School District Parent of the Year for the 2023 year. I would like to welcome our principal, Janine Salinitro. Ms. Salinitro, if you can make your way up here, please, and she'll be announcing the District Parent of the Year at Rosemead High School.
I think so. Can I? Good evening, Board of Trustees, President Padilla.
Good evening.
Good evening. Executive Cabinet, Dr. Zuniga, I am honored to be here this evening to present not only the Rosemead Parent of the Year, but also the El Monte Union High School District Parent of the Year. This parent had took on a new role this year as PTSA president. So her and I bonded very quickly over being new and figuring out the role. And right away, she infused such energy into our site, bringing fresh ideas, and she's willing to think outside of the box on increasing parent involvement. She is a fierce advocate for not only the students at Rosemead, but also for our entire district and community, so I think that makes her special. And she, balances all of this with a very, very busy personal life. She has her own job, a full-time employment. She's very blessed to have an employer that allows her to, flex her hours so that she can basically be on call for Rosemead for anything that we need. And I am just so thrilled and proud to have her. I'm excited to be working with her. She's really talking it up with our parents. We've seen an energy increase at Rosemead, so I think having her on board, we're going to be creating that legacy that's going to live on for years to come. So I'd like you all to join me in congratulating the El Monte Union High School District Parent of the Year, Ms. Vicky Soltero.
Great. If I can have the entire board, please join me down at the bottom so that we could present certificates. Same thing, board, will be on this side. So to all the parents, I would like to congratulate you. Me gustaría felicitar a todos los padres por este reconocimiento. I would like to recognize all of our parents for this great recognition. I do have to say, and I'll say it in the words of Honorable Professor Torres de Secres, she always has taught me this, is that the parents are your children's first teachers. Los padres son los primeros maestros de sus hijos. And Dr. Edward Zuniga alluded to this, and it's important to say that you know, working in the elementary school district, I see a lot of great parent involvement early on in elementary school. Viniendo del distrito escolar elementario, ahí noto que la participación de los padres está muy elevada cuando los niños están pequeños. When the children are in elementary, participation and parent engagement is really good. When you go on to middle school, cuando entran a la secundaria de séptimo y octavo grado, 7th and 8th grade, it begins to dwindle. And for a while, at least 10 years ago when I first came on the board, it was pretty bad in El Monte Union High School District, and it was something that I tasked the superintendent, Dr. Edward Zuniga, that we needed to improve, and we have done a phenomenal job. Tengo 10 años en la mesa directiva, y yo recuerdo cuando recién llegué la participación de los padres en el distrito escolar del Monte, de las preparatorias aquí del Monte, no estaba muy bueno, y yo le dije al superintendente, necesitamos mejorar eso, y ha mejorado demasiado. Este año yo sé que llenamos el edificio acá en la ciudad con más de 100 padres. I know that we have improved because we filled up an entire room with 100 parents plus of parents that got recognized in our yearly celebration and recognition. So I know that we have come a long way in those 10 years, and there's still more work to do. So with that, I want to thank you for the time that you give. And yes, your kids do need you when they're in elementary. Yes, they do need you when they are in middle school, but they need you the most when they're in high school. Even though they think they're big and they'll tell you, don't come, mom, no vengan, yo lo puedo hacer, that's when they need you the most. And you guys know that. Ustedes ya saben, porque aunque sus niños digan eso, ustedes están ahí involucrados en las escuelas. Even though your high school child might say, mom, don't come, please don't come. That's when you need to come most. And so thank you for the work that you do with our high schools and with our children and with our community. This certificate of recognition presented to Maria Jimenez, El Monte High School, for being selected. Yes. There you go. For being selected as the 2022-2023 Parent Volunteer of the Year for El Monte High School for your countless hours of time and dedication to the success and students at the school. Gracias por ser el padre voluntario del año, por el año escolar 2022-2023 y por todas sus horas de tiempo que nos ha donado, su dedicación y el éxito que han tenido nuestros estudiantes y nuestra escuela por su participación y involucración. Mil gracias de parte mía y de la mesa directiva. We also have, I'll let my clerk, I'll let you guys go on and continue with that. Here you go.
First of all, I was in your shoe, so I understand I had kids that went to El Monte High School District, and the involvement of parents very important. I mean, the more you involve, the more the more achievement they can do, they can achieve. So your job is paramount and important. So we appreciate your involvement and to help your not only your kid but your other student also. And congratulations, Ms. Ia Mejia.
Next, we'll have Board Member Florencio Briones.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Padilla. So I have the distinct pleasure of recognizing our El Monte Union High School District Parent Volunteer of the Year from Rosemead High School. Before I call you up, I do want to share a few words, not only to you, but to all of our parents that are being recognized tonight, but to everyone that's here today, because clearly you guys all came with your crew. You have a fan club with you, and that's great because that fan club, that crew that you come with, we need the same for our students. Ms. Witt, when she was speaking about her parent volunteer from Arroyo High School and going out and talking to parents who aren't traditionally involved, that spoke to me. Because oftentimes we rely so much on a group of individuals who are heavily involved, but we don't often think about those who maybe don't know how to get involved. So I think it's incumbent on all of us here today, our parents in particular, the community that's here, that you talk to somebody who maybe you think should be involved. Maybe their students aren't at our high schools yet. Maybe they're at the middle schools. They could be at Columbia. They could be at Maxon. They could be at Gidley. Talk to them, get them involved. Because what I want to see is this recognition. By the way, this is my favorite part of every board meeting, is recognizing our students and parents. But I want to see this recognition grow. Right now we have a single volunteer recognized from every school. Why not 2? Why not 3? Why not 5, 10? I'd love to have an entire auditorium, as Mr. Padilla spoke about, full of not only volunteers, but volunteers of the year. And as Mr. Padilla has mentioned, and we've, I think, talked about, forever, when our students get to the high school level, oftentimes that's when the parent involvement drops off. The kids say, I don't need you anymore, I'm growing up, I'm old enough, but that's probably when they need you the most. Because what we don't want is for them to drift into the wrong direction. And by having you involved, not only in their lives, but in their friends' lives and on the campus, working with other parents, we make sure that our students stay on that right track, that they stay focused on their studies, and that they make the right decisions. So with that, I want to invite Ms. Vicky Soltero to come on up. Congratulations on being recognized as our Volunteer of the Year for the El Monte Union High School District.
So in addition to that, as my colleague, Mr. Florencio Brianes just announced, Ms. Vicky Soltero from Rosemead High School is our Parent of the Year. So in addition to getting the certificate like all of our other parents, Ms. Vicky Soltero will also get this beautiful plaque, and it's presented to you, Ms. Vicky Soltero from Rosemead High School. Home of the Mighty Panthers. Also, I am alumni, class of 1991, so I'm happy to see other Panthers recognized. For your dedication and service to our school community, and for being honored as the 2022-2023 El Monte Union High School District Parent Volunteer of the Year. Congratulations from the El Monte Union High School District Board of Trustees. That includes myself, Board President Ricardo Padilla, the Honorable Estela Torres de Sigris, who's our Vice President, our Clerk, Mr. Queen Nguyen, and board members, Mr. Florencio Briones and Mr. Carlos Salcido. We are extremely proud of you and of your family. Congratulations. Yes. And in addition to that, not only does she get like the one certificate with the lapel pin, it keeps coming, and an individual plaque. This is also a plaque that we display in our school district. Anybody who visits the El Monte Union High School District and they come up on the elevator, they can see who our Teacher of the Year was, who our Classified Employee of the Year was, and who our Parent of the Year is, because it is a team effort. It does take a village, and it's important for everybody, for the world to know, in our community to know the parents that dedicate their lives to our children and our community. So there we have her picture, and again, it will be displayed for all to see. One big round of applause for all of our wonderful parents that are here. Yes, and I know that there are some board members who would also like to share some words. So, Mr. Salcedo.
Thank you. Just a word of thanks to all of our parents. I know that as tough it is to get volunteers sometimes at high schools, post-pandemic has probably been even tougher. I've seen it in my elementary school, kind of across the district, so I really thank you. We don't only want our parents there to, help students or help the teachers or do things like that. That's always great to help with activities, being present. But I think the thing that the staff and administrators value the most is your voice. Especially in trying times like these, it's very important that you be heard, that you share your voice, not only in committees like School Site Council and ELAC and DLAC, but every day. Being present and sharing your voice makes high school better for all of our students. So thank you very much.
Really quickly in Spanish, hablamos de superhéroes como Batman, Superman, la Mujer Maravillosa, sí, pero la verdad es que esos no son héroes. Los héroes están aquí en nuestra comunidad y son ustedes. So, muchas gracias a todos que hacen por sus hijos, por nuestros estudiantes, por nuestra comunidad. De verdad, no hay palabras que pueden expresar nuestra agradección para ustedes. Es un placer estar en el distrito, pero es un placer estar en un distrito con ustedes. Muchas gracias y de verdad, lo dije antes, esta comunidad lo ama, nosotros te amamos a ustedes y otra vez, me hice un poquito repetitivo como disco rayado, pero muchas gracias, gracias mil veces. All right. So basically what I said is, we talk about superheroes, Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, right? But, those aren't heroes. The heroes exist in this community and they're them. It takes a lot, and honestly, they've shown it, and this is the reason why they're being recognized. Being part of this community, being part of this district, it's a pleasure to be able to have people like this exist. And, honestly, it takes a lot. And seeing how, my parent works a lot, I can only imagine how much more they do. And from the bottom of my heart, I really thank them. And we're all here together, congregated, because we love them and we show our support for them. So thank you 1,000 times.
Okay, at this time, we would like to take a picture with the board as well as our parent of the years, our principals. You can make the way up here. If we can gather everybody together, one big picture. And then we will do the parents by themselves after, okay?
Their familia. Familia, come on, family, forward. All the cheering squad, come on. Everybody, there we go. Everybody, fan club.
Everyone, hop in. Up there. Thank you. Before we conclude, if we can have our parents stay there, and then the family can return back to their seats. This is an opportunity for us to just to allow you to say a few words if you wish. Si quieren hablar un poquito, decir algo para su familia o para nosotros, está bien también, ¿ok?
Yo estoy muy agradecida, muy nerviosa porque es mi primera vez que recibo este reconocimiento, pero yo lo hago con mucho gusto. Ir a la escuela a participar con mis hijos, lo hago de todo corazón porque me ayuda, me gusta ayudar y me gusta involucrarme en la escuela y ayudar a los niños lo más que pueda yo. Y si mi voz puede ayudar a cambiar algo, ahí voy a estar yo también siempre apoyando. Gracias.
Just a quick summary. She's very nervous tonight, and we don't know why, but she's very special, but she's just not used to being, in the moment. So, but she does it with passion, with heart, with love, and she enjoys being out there helping out not only her children, but other children at her school. So she just obviously enjoys being around the school setting and support. So, muchas gracias a usted también, okay? Muchísimas gracias. Thank you. Thank you very much, Padilla. So, muchas gracias.
Buenas tardes a todos. Yo estoy muy nerviosa más que María, pero quiero agradecer infinitamente al distrito. Le estaba comentando a la señora Matiana que yo siento que este premio es tan importante porque ya llevo un camino largo. Tengo 5 hijos, ¿verdad? Y siempre he estado involucrada en los comités, ¿verdad? Pero como que siento que me siento más empoderada ahora. Y gracias porque tenemos motivación por parte de la señora Matiana Pimentel. Gracias al director que ha traído muchas cosas buenas a nuestra escuela, ¿verdad? Y pues les quiero agradecer a mis hijos mucho porque siempre ando en juntas, siempre ando en talleres. El otro día les quiero platicar que ya no quería ir a una junta y dijo mi esposo, no, vas, ya fuiste al reconocimiento, vas. O sea, él me apoya mucho para que yo pueda estar aquí. Y mi principal motivación es poder ayudar a los demás estudiantes, porque hay tanta necesidad en los aprendices de inglés que yo quiero estar ahí para apoyarla. Y gracias a ustedes.
I want to actually start off by ending what she said is really thanking her family who has really impacted her and encouraged her to be here, to do what she's doing every day and supporting not only her children, but also the lives of many at her school. Shout out to her principal also for bringing programming and just encouraging parents to be involved. She says she's more nervous than anybody else in here at this room and all of our parents here, but no tenga que, estamos orgullosos que está aquí con nosotros. Muchas gracias. But it's very honored. She said it's also important that she's receiving this because she has more confidence now and also building that. But also in turn around, she has 5 hijos, 5 of her children that actually have gone through the process too. So that's another valuable experience of having that in return as well, reciprocating that acknowledgement. So felicidades. Okay.
Hi, good evening, everyone. It's an honor to be here. I've been a member of the Almonte family for 4 years now. I came from La Puente, so this is new for us here. It's been very welcoming. I enjoy doing what I do for my girls, and I will continue to do it even after they graduate. My younger daughter goes to Gidley, and I just signed up to be their PTSA president as well. So I am looking forward to it. And for me, if I want my kids to succeed, I need to be that example. And I can honestly say that being at Rosemead has been a blessing Miss Elenitra has been amazing. Her and I work very well together. She's very encouraging. She helps me with public speaking because I do not like doing it. She has caught me off guard a couple times, but I take it, so I'm okay with it. But thank you, everyone, especially my family. My husband, he steps up when I'm at the meetings. I'm at LCAP with Edith, keeping me busy. He makes dinner, and he takes care of everything. So again, thank you. I'm very honored. Too many more years to come.
Congratulations, and one more final round of applause for all of our parents as well. At this time, we would like for you to join us in the foyer out here. We'll have some refreshments and some cake to celebrate. So congratulations to our FBLA students. We wish you all the best in Atlanta. We wish we could take a field trip with you, but we know you're going to be in good hands as well. So best of luck to you. We can't wait to hear back all the good things that happened over there in your experiences too. And again, congratulations to our Parents of the Year throughout the district. Thank you. Please join us at this time. We'll take a quick break.
Is Dr. Zuniga here? Not yet? Okay.
No, he's not here yet.
Yeah. Dr. Zuniga, if we could get ready to continue, please. Thank you so much. All righty. So thank you, everybody, for that great celebration of our Parent of the Year and all of our other Parents of the Year, or not parent, volunteer parents from all the different school sites, and also to recognize FBLA. At this time, we're going to go ahead and continue with item B6, recognition of retirees for the 2022-2023 school year. And I'll go ahead and turn that over to Superintendent Dr. Edward Zuniga.
Thank you, President Padilla. It is, again, my honor to recognize our retirees that are leaving the district this year in celebration of not only their retirement, but really the great plan that they will be having after servicing the Almani High School District students and community for, if you combine all those years, it's amazing what number we come up with. And I'd like to recognize these individuals. We were, maybe about over a week ago, I believe, we were at El Sombrero, and we recognized our retirees with a dinner and a short reception, and we presented them with the district traditional clock, as well as the recognition highlights from their administrator or principal, who provided some background on their careers and accomplishments while employed at the Almani Union High School District. I just wanted to take this time to recognize those who were not able to make it, but also recognize the entire list of our, both our certificated employees and classified employees who are on that list. And I'll start off with our certificated employees. Dr. Brian Bristow, the principal at Rosemead High School. We also have teacher Richard Imperial from Rosemead High School. We have Scott Chen, again, a teacher from Rosemead High School. A teacher from Arroyo High School, Randy Twist. A teacher from Montview High School, Ronald Twitzer. And we also have a series of adult school teachers and staff, Alita Gonzalez, Victoria Gonzalez, Janet Kershaw, Josephine Mahol, and last but not least, Mr. Larry Cecil, Assistant Superintendent for Educational Services, which we're going to honor tomorrow night at a reception, inviting the school community to the reception. So we'll hold our words for that tomorrow event, if you're able to make it. For our classified employees who are retiring, I want to start off with Almani High School, Robert Hernandez and Yolanda Perez. We also have from Rosemead High School, Daniel Gutierrez, who retired actually earlier this fall. We have also Jovita Gonzalez from Rural High School, as well as Leticia Portillo from Rural High School. From Mount View High School, we have Robert Torres. And from South Almani High School, Scott Elliott, David Fletcher, and Olga Villanueva. And we have 4 from the Almani Rosemead Adult School, starting with Edward Guidero, Caroline Lau, Arlene Oyola, and Eduviges Ramirez from Almani Rosemead Adult School. Last but not least, from the district office, I'd like to recognize Connie Bell, Kathy Navarrete, and Martha Shern, who also retired earlier last fall. But we want to make sure that all these individuals were recognized and give them a farewell, a big thank you for their years of service to our students. And I know that a lot of memories are left behind, but also we're excited to see the new things that come with retirement. Thank you, Mr. Padilla.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Edward Zuniga. And yes, we do wish these retirees the best and as they move into the next chapter of their lives. And we thank their families for having loaned them to us for so many years to serve our students in the Almani Union High School District. We wish them all the best in their retirement. Moving right along, we're going to move on to B7, public comments. I do have one card here for Mr. Jeff Morris, former teacher of Almani Union High School District. Welcome.
Thank you. At the beginning of the meeting, Mr. Padilla read a poem tied to Pride Month, this being June. So I want to make some comments regarding Pride Month and tell you why it's important to me. This is Pride Month when awareness for LGBTQ plus people's rights are celebrated around the world. This is an important celebration that El Monte Union High School District and the Board of Trustees needs to acknowledge so our students from those groups know that we care about and support them. According to statistics from the Trevor Project, an American nonprofit organization founded in 1998, focused on suicide prevention efforts among lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and questioning youth in California. 44% of LGBTQ youth seriously considered suicide in the past year. 14% of LGBTQ youth in California attempted suicide last year. That's obviously a very serious issue. 62% of LGBTQ youth in California who wanted mental health care said they were not able to receive it, which ties into the wellness programs and other things we have. These students need it even more than non-LGBTQ students. So this is a tragedy. The El Monte Union High School District needs to be working to ensure that there are safe spaces on all high school campuses, as well as more counseling services for LGBTQ plus students. This issue is important to me because as the South El Monte High School Gay Straight, I began the South El Monte Gay Straight Alliance Club back in 2008 as a teacher when one of my students came out as gay to her when one of my students came out to me for help and support because she could not come out as gay to our family as they would not accept her sexual orientation. The club is still going strong after 15 years. Michelle Morales took over as advisor. Just this year, I established a college scholarship for graduating seniors from the club to show my support for the students and as a way to combat negative physical and verbal attacks on the LGBTQ people. With the help of friends and staff at the school, we were able to raise $550 to provide 2 recipients from the club with scholarships. We plan to raise more next year and continue the scholarship every year. Let's remember to support these students by showing pride. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your public comment, Mr. Morris. Appreciate it. Moving right along, that closes public comments. Moving on to B8, communication from union representatives of EMUEA, the El Monte Union Educators Association, and CSEA, the School Employees Association. Do we have any representatives from EMUEA at this time?
I
Okay,
don't
we
believe
have
so.
none. Thank you. Do we have any representatives from the California School Board Employees Association? I don't see any, so we're going to go ahead and move right along. At this time, we're going to move on to item C on the agenda. This is oral and written communication. Item number 1, C1, public hearing. Notice of public hearing on local control and accountability plan, known as LCAP, and district budget for year 2023-2024, and the reserves in the excess of minimum reserve requirement. Dr. Zuniga?
Yes, Mr. President, this is an opportunity for the public to address the board in relations to 2 items, as you mentioned, the district's LCAP and also the budget for next fiscal year, 23-24. And at this time, since it's a public hearing, the public will have an opportunity to come up to the board and express any comments that they may have regarding these 2 items.
Okay, so at this time, not seeing anybody come to the lectern, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing for item 1. I will now open the public hearing for number 2, public hearing notice A, initial proposal for EMUEA and El Monte Union High School District.
Yes, again, President Padilla, this is the notice of the El Monte Union Educators Association to the El Monte Union High School District on their initial proposals for negotiations for the 23-24 school year, better known as sunshining, and beginning the process for negotiations for the preceding for the next year, 23-24.
Okay, so at this time, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing since there's nobody here to speak on that topic. Item number 3, initial proposal of El Monte Union Educators Association, or EMUEA, to the El Monte Union High School District, EMUHSD, for the 2023-2024 school year.
As part of the public hearing and also the information provided to the public and the board today, these are the actual proposals in which the EMUA unit wishes to negotiate. Article 9, evaluations and procedure. Article 25, class size. And Article 29, salaries and fringe benefits.
Okay, so on that initial proposal, do we need to take a vote on that, or?
No, sir, just informational purposes.
Got it. Thank you so much. So at this time, we're going to move on to C4, board/superintendent announcements/communications. I'll go ahead and start with board member Mr. Carlos Salcedo.
Sure. I was lucky enough to get to go to a few award ceremonies. I got to sit in with our other fellow board members at El Monte, and I was able to present my family's behalf for the Bobby Salcedo Memorial Foundation, and as well as listen in to the stories of students receiving recognition, scholarships, the amount of the scholarships. But it always amazes me how the communities come out to support our students who are interested in going to college or for whatever reason, maybe a different trade, but businesses and families just show our students so much love year in and year out. Unfortunately, then I got COVID and I couldn't make all the other ones, but I do appreciate the staff that presented on my behalf and my family's behalf. And then just a quick, I know all of us presided at and accepted classes at the high schools, but again, just congratulations to all of our students for all the hard work, to our families. Kudos to all of you, best of luck to future ventures. And, I think all of us, pretty much every board member, just, reminded our students, where they came from, and hopefully, they'll be back and help our future alumni. But also a big thanks to the staff at the schools, the classified staff that had to get everything together, especially our schools that had to promote at different high schools and take stuff up, take stuff down, put stuff up. I mean, it was kind of crazy, and it'll be like that for a couple more years. But big kudos to all of our classified staff, our counselors, our admin, our teachers, for a wonderful year, and I look forward to doing it again, all over again next year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, board member Carlos Salcedo. Thank you for all that you did during that time. We appreciate it. Board member Mr. Florencio Briones, board member communication.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. I wanted to start off by saying happy Pride to everyone. As Mr. Morris had talked about during his public comments, LGBTQ Pride Month is in June, and I'm always excited to see the rainbow flag raised in front of the district office building here, celebrating that and letting our community know that they have allies here in the El Monte Union High School District. And speaking of flags, today is the 14th of June. I want to wish everybody a happy Flag Day.
Flag Day.
Celebrating our red, white, and blue American flag. The stars and stripes. So happy Flag Day to everyone. A couple events that I attended over the last month since our last meeting. On the weekend of May 20th to the 21st, I was in Sacramento with the California School Boards Association Delegate Assembly, along with other representatives from this region and throughout the state. We worked on our policy pillars at CSBA. So this is information that'll get to the remaining board members once we ratify some of the changes in November, December at the Delegate Assembly before the AAC conference in San Francisco. As part of our action at the Delegate Assembly, we did take a position to oppose a proposed ballot initiative called the Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Act, which would limit the ability of residents of the state to place on a ballot a tax measure. Most government entities, if a governing body like a school district or city council places a tax issue on a ballot, it requires 2/3 of the voters to approve it. However, if it's placed on the ballot by residents, not a governing body, it only requires a simple majority to pass. And so that particular initiative will appear on the November 24th ballot. And so the CSBA Delegate Assembly recommended an opposed position on that particular ballot initiative. On June 2nd, I had the privilege of attending an LGBTQ reception sponsored by the Pasadena Tournament of Roses Association in conjunction with the San Gabriel Valley LGBTQ Center at Wrigley House in Pasadena. It was a beautiful event. It was my first time at Wrigley House, which is the home of the Tournament of Roses, and that's where the president of the Tournament of Roses leaves the morning of the Rose Parade on New Year's Day to start the parade. It's a beautiful home. I was able to take a tour of it and hear from the president of the Tournament of Roses, as well as the future presidents, because they elect them a few years in advance. It's a little different than what most of us are accustomed to. But it was a really great ceremony. It was part of the San Gabriel Valley LGBT Center Pride Tour through the month of June. They actually started it off here in Monte at the farmers market the Thursday prior, and it's making its way through various cities. They were in Monterey Park, I believe, last week. They'll be in Altadena soon. So they're making their way throughout the San Gabriel Valley. So it was a really great event. I got to hang out with a lot of great individuals, school board members, council members, and just supporters at the event. Really excited for graduation season. It's one of the best times of the year. I was really excited to be at the adult school ESL culmination ceremony on the 30th of May. It was a great ceremony with all of our students there. It actually reminded me that I need to have one of my family members re-enroll at EMUHSD to finish their ESL program there. They left off on level 4 before they started taking care of some grandchildren, and those grandchildren are now in middle school and high school. So Grandma, I reminded her, she's my aunt, that she needs to go back and finish levels 5 and 6. But it was a beautiful ceremony. I want to say thank you to the staff at EMUHSD for putting together that event. It's always just, it's always a great event. It was really nice this year being outdoors in the courtyard there at the Granada Center. Different experience in years past where we were in the large classroom there at the Rosemead site. On September 7th, I had the opportunity to attend the Adult Transition Center commencement ceremony that morning. And then in the afternoon, the Fernando Ledesma High School graduation, where we graduated about 70 students, if I'm not mistaken, which is a slightly smaller number than in years past. We've usually had about 80 or so. Nevertheless, it was a lot of excitement in the air. That's always a really fun graduation to attend because so many of the students there have faced a lot of difficulties, a lot of challenges, and to have them walk across the stage and receive their diploma, I know it means so much to them. It means so much to all of our students to be able to do that, but in particular these students because the challenges that they face. So congrats to those Mustangs on their graduation. And of course, I had the honor of accepting the graduating class at South Amani High School on June 7th. Thank you to Dr. Morales for meeting with me the day before to do a walkthrough. And for being a very gracious host there at South Amani High School. Beautiful event. South Amani was one of the last 2 schools that I haven't attended a graduation. My remaining schools are Arroyo, and I know we like to rotate. COVID kind of threw that rotation off, but I'm hoping to get to Arroyo next year. But I was really glad to be at South Amani this year. Very, very well run, very polished event, and a lot of kudos goes to the administration as well as your faculty and staff. For all the hard work that they put into that event. Then a special shout out to Mountain View High School's Vista Academy for being gracious enough to stream the event for South Amani High School since they were going to be doing the same for Mountain View the following day, which leads me to that. June 8th, I had the pleasure of attending Mountain View High School's commencement at South Amani High School. Again, beautiful ceremony. although they weren't able to walk the stage on their own field, I think most students understood the importance of the capital projects that we're doing at the campuses, and so they were excited nonetheless to be able to walk across the stage and receive their diplomas and share that moment with their family, their friends, and the rest of the community. Great event. It was just it was really inspiring to be at both of those graduations. And I will share, I said this at the South El Monte graduation. I was extremely not only impressed but intimidated being on the stage alongside all 12 of their valedictorians. I shared with the graduating class when I graduated from high school in 2000. I was not a valedictorian. I was not a salutatorian. I was not an A student. I was a B average student, I think at best. And I share my story with our students because it's important for them to know that if you face challenges early on in life, it's okay because you can still continue to move forward and do something productive, do something good with your life, and bring some good to the world. But all in all, great ceremonies. I do want to give special thank you again to South El Monte High School for being a gracious host for Mountain View, as well as a special thank you to Rosemead High School for being a gracious host for Arroyo for their graduating class. Last Friday on the 9th, I attended the Taste of Rio Hondo College, which was nice to be at that event as well. Pretty well attended, nice to run into folks and support our partners here at Rio Hondo College. And then on the next day on the 10th, I was invited to a convening organized by Los Angeles County Assessor Jeffrey Prang for LGBTQ elected representatives throughout LA County at the Southwestern Law School. This was the second meeting. The idea here is to bring all of us together to discuss and address issues that we are facing in our respective agencies or jurisdictions. And the discussion really focused and centered around developing a formal organization for LGBTQ elected representatives throughout LA County. So I look forward to continuing those meetings that are being facilitated by Assessor Prang, and thank you to him for organizing them. And then that was it. My remaining 3 items are for roundtable. So that is all my communication, Mr. Padilla. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Board Member Briones. Thank you for being so active and for giving us a voice in all of the different activities and events that you've attended. Next, I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Quy Nguyen for your board communication.
Like Mr. Briones said, this is the graduation season. I'm always looking forward to the student graduating from high school, and they are the future of our country. So, I attended all the senior award from all comprehensive high school, and also I had an honor to accept the class of 2003 at Rosemead High School. And the first time I ever did it, and I did it in English, and also give my speech in Vietnamese to the parents, because out of 475 students, there are about 130 Vietnamese students and parents graduated from that class. And it's kind of surprised, and I get a lot of positive feedback from the parents, and this is the first time I ever heard the Vietnamese language in El Monte Union High School District. So, I receive a lot of positive feedback. But the highlight of the last 3 weeks is, I try to promote math, equality, I have met with several my counterparts from different school, elementary school district, and disseminate the report from Mr. Larry Cecil to all of them and talk to them in person. And, I told my counterpart, my job is not to make everybody look bad, but just to bring the awareness of what we have, what we are dealing with. And we cannot deal it, alone. We need, collaboration from the feeder school. And, after the report came out, some of the teachers from different elementary school districts reached out to me and talked to me anonymously. And they understand the gravity of the situation, but, they just do what people tell them to do. And they ask me my opinion how to fix it. I say, it's above my pay grade. I get only $262 a month, so, I have to refer to the superintendent, because like President Padilla said, the data itself is neither bad nor good. It's bad if we sit on it and we don't do anything about it. It's good if we use it to improve our student in math and science. And that's what I try to do. That's my purpose, is to bring awareness to my counterpart board member so they can be aware what we are facing and how can we work together to improve the general education. Because, evidently, no matter what good system we have, and if we have bad input, we want to have bad output, no matter what a good system we are. We need to work together, as a team. We're depending on each other. So if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Zuniga, can I ask you a question? Are you going to have a math meeting with your counterpart superintendent?
Yeah, we are starting our CAL sessions in the 23-24 school year, but also planning for the summer to plan ahead for those sessions as well, starting with math.
Okay. Yeah, that's the first step in the right direction, because the data, right now COVID is fading away. So we have no reason to justify, the performance of our student anymore. And, if I submit myself to my fellow board member, begin next school year, we should hold the district accountable. So, for what the result. And, and in turn, the superintendent will hold their, subordinate accountable, because there's no room for, no time to waste. We need to hurry up. And that's all I have, okay?
Thank you, Board Member Kui, and I know that you're very active. I know you spoke a lot about math, but I know that you attended a number of activities. And so at this time, I'd like to give the floor to Board Member Mr. Carrasco.
Thank you. So I'm on the opposite end. You guys are like receiving the graduates. I was the one graduating. And it's been crazy 4 years. But more importantly, I want to give a shout out to all the students who walked that stage, whether they plan on joining the military or going to community college or going to a 4-year, right? It took a lot to get to that point in their lives, and it's due to part of, yes, their families, but a lot of comes down to the fact of, they were determined, motivated to wake up, come to our classes, go to their classes, and basically, work very hard to get to that point. So just shout out to those kids, and just being one of those kids, man, COVID, mental health, it really takes a toll on you for those 4 years, but hey, we all did it, right? Really quickly, shouting out, so we did elect the next student board member and SAC president. She is a rising senior at Rosemead High School. Her name is Sofia Hernandez. I believe she gets installed in August. Yeah, so you guys all have the pleasure of meeting her then. Just really quickly, I'm pretty sure she's gonna watch this video, but you're gonna do great things, Sophia. I have full faith in you. I'm actually meeting with her this Saturday, just give her the heads up of the whole spiel of how things work. And lastly, just a couple of words for the board, for administration. There's a lot of things to be proud of in this district. And when you guys look around, when you guys look at that stage of graduates, those are products of this district, right? So obviously, there's a lot of things that are going right. I know Mr. Briones touched on this before, but here at in EMUHSD, we offer top-level programs for free that other cities, right? Other cities, more affluent cities, have parents pay to get into. So a lot of things to be proud. And lastly, for you guys, I just wanted to say good luck, and it's been a pleasure for this past year. I don't have many pleasures in life, but this is for sure one of them. And I just want to say thank you for your hospitality. Thank you for showing me the way, and thank you for being part of my journey. And for sure, I don't plan on leaving my community behind. After all, my mom is here, but I plan on coming back soon. And really, it's been quite the year. And if there's something I took away from it, it's that minoring in political science doesn't sound too bad. So thank you. It's been a great year. And lastly, I can't go away without giving a quick shout out to the big man, Mr. Cecil. I've had the pleasure of knowing your son, Mr. Cecil, and he's a great teacher. And I said it before, but a lot of great characteristics I believe come from you. and you've been a great service to our students, to this district. And really, I thank you for all your help, for the help that you've given to my peers. They are where they are now because of you. So thank you so much. Thank you. So with that being said, this closes my last communication, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Board Member Ruben Carrasco, and you know that we wish you the best in the next chapter in your life, and I know you'll go on and do some great things at Stanford and come back and make us proud. So represent us well, and you always have represented your family well here, so keep doing the great job that you've always done. I wish you the best. There you go. So yeah, for my board communication, I just want to give kudos to all of the administration in our school district for the wonderful commencement ceremonies that we had. I had the distinct honor and pleasure of accepting the graduating class of 2023 at Mountain View High School. Very classy event. It was Mr. Banyas' first graduation, and he passed with shining colors. Just an amazing experience. And those students were very humble in having to graduate at South Del Monte High School, but they understand, like Board Member Salcedo says, they understood why. It's for a good cause over at their home territory. So I also had the distinct pleasure of accepting the graduating class in our high school completion program at Rosemead High School for the El Monte Rosemead Adult School. Those adults that for some reason or another did not have the opportunity to finish when they were seniors, but regardless of all the adversity, obstacles, barriers, they're resilient and they came back and they finished. It was very refreshing to see that every year we have like a mother who's graduating from the adult high school completion program, and their daughter or their son will also be graduating in one of the senior classes in one of our comprehensive high schools. That's always very special to hear, and all the stories of the resilience of the adults that live here in the San Gabriel Valley. Also had the honor of accepting the graduating class at Fernando Ledesma High School. I want to personally thank Mr. Arteaga and his entire staff. What a lively, welcoming experience I had of attending the graduation there. Everybody, from the minute you walk on campus, it's so clean, it's so welcoming. The music is playing, the parents are talking and laughing and having a great time. And it was just a great pleasure. I also would like to thank Gunnery Sergeant Raul Canal from the Marines for being present and being a part of that with some of the students from Fernando Ledesma High School signing up for their next chapter in their life with the Marines and serving our country. In addition to that, I also enjoyed attending the English as a second language culmination ceremony of level 6 in our adult school. Once they reach level 6, that is the last level for ESL. After that, they can go into the workforce. They can continue with high school diploma program. But it's always such a neat event to see such a multicultural group of adults that come from all over the world, whether it's Mexico, my native country, Vietnam, China, Ecuador, Colombia, El Salvador, Guatemala. They all know that in order to succeed in the United States, English as a second language is the key to unlock the door for a better future. And with so many of the stories that I heard there from some of their speakers, I know that we were correct when in the San Gabriel Valley, a number of adult schools that were deficit spending, they closed their doors. And I am so glad that the board at the time and the current board, we've always been so supportive of the El Monte Rosemead Adult School, and that even though we were deficit spending, we knew that things would come back to normal and that we would, get the funding down the line. And that's exactly what happened. And we didn't close. And I am so glad that we didn't close, Dr. Zuniga, because those school districts that decided to close their doors and then tried to come back up, Mr. Cecil, you know that it was impossible to reopen an adult school. It was just too expensive. So when I see the high school adult completion program and the ESL culmination ceremonies, kudos to this board. In addition to that, I had the opportunity to attend the retirement dinner to recognize all of our EMUHSD retirees at El Sombrero. I know board member Mr. Queenuyan and Professor Stella Torres de Segres. We were there to see that and also the awards assembly at so many of the schools. And I love to hear, like Mr. Salcedo said, when it comes to scholarships and businesses and people in this community, they open up their wallets and they open up their hearts and they show that they believe in our students and the things that they can accomplish and the greatness that they have locked up inside of them, that they just need a little bit of financial support to, you know, start the next chapter in their lives in colleges and, you know, to keep our society going and make it a better place. I am indebted to all of our donors, all of our businesses, all of our individual donors, all of the scholarships in memory of different people. Just my hat goes off to you, and I will forever be indebted for all that you've done. I know that it was in the thousands and thousands of dollars that were invested in our children, and I know that they will use that money wisely and do that. Also attended the adult transition program. It was great to see all of our adult transition students that graduated from our program or completed that program as they transition now into living in their society and into different jobs or moving on to community college or establishing the next chapter was very rewarding to see. So thank you to the staff there. I don't want to forget anybody. Dr. Morales, thank you for allowing Mount View High School to use the facility. You know, also to Rosemead High School for allowing Arroyo High School to use their facility for graduation. Also, I want to give a shout out to another Gunnery Sergeant Raul Canal and Gunnery Sergeant Eleazar Zamano, who accompanied me to the El Monte High School graduation. I know Professor Torres de Segres accepted that class, but I was there to support her and to support our graduates from El Monte High School. And yes, this year's classes, they were our COVID kids. They were our COVID students. There's no other class that had so much COVID affect their academic career like this graduating class. I mean, they were the COVID students. And if there's a group of resilient kids that we've ever graduated from this district, it was this class from 2023. So kudos to them, to their families, to the teachers, to the district administration. We all endured this, and it truly takes a village to, you know, raise all these children, and we did that too. Lastly, I attended the CEO, which is the Chinese elected official, Mr. Queen Nguyen, and I attended this event, and we were there to support our Asian brothers and sisters that are also elected officials, and that there's the big API community, and both to support Mr. Queen Nguyen. We were also there with Congresswoman Judy Chu. We were there with Congresswoman Grace Napolitano. We were also there with Senator Susan Rubio, with Senator Archuleta from the Pico Rivera area. And again, it was great to see a multicultural group of individuals trying to work together to not only move our community forwards in terms of cities, but also in terms of school districts. I'd like to also thank Board President Dr. Sabrina Bowe, the Honorable Dr. Sabrina Bowe, who extended the invitation. She's a board member in the Azusa Unified School District. And we collaborate a lot because they're really happy with some of the things that we're doing here, particularly with some of our construction. She's been very impressed with our building, that our gymnasium / you know, professional development center there that we have at Fernando Ledesma, that they have some land that they could build on, and they would like to model it after the Fernando Ledesma building that we created. She says that she would love to have her students have access to something like that our students are having access to. So those are just some of the things that I've attended. Also, thank you to Mr. Cuevas. You know, I can't say that enough. I know that I always say, you know, he's the first Latino principal that El Monte High School has ever had. And I say that because I'm very selective about those words that I use, because when I found out, I couldn't believe that he's the first Latino principal to ever run El Monte High School. But I think he's doing a phenomenal job. And I just want to give him extra kudos. I know that the community, I got a lot of feedback from the graduations that I've attended, and they were very, very happy with the commencement event that took place there. A lot of kudos to him and to that community. So with that being said, that concludes our board communications from our board. Again, I apologize that that's long, but if it's long, it's a good thing because it tells you that your board members here are getting out and they're doing what they're supposed to do, which is to represent the community and go out to events. And the only way that you can do that is by physically going and attending and seeing it firsthand. And lastly, thank you, Board Member Cui, for addressing the issue of mathematics. Data is not good, data is not bad, data is the data. And I know that you've taken it upon yourself to go meet with, board members from the El Monte City School District. I know that you're going to move on to the Mountain View School District, and together we need to be looking at that data in order to change the outcomes or the input that we're going to have for so many Latino kids. Because I know that you are an Asian man and you're calling out a concern that we have about Latino kids. It would be a little different if I called out that a lot of our high math test scores are coming from Asians and I'm a Latino. It's just a little different. But I like what you say, that you want our Latino kids to have access to those quality programs, science programs, and engineering careers that many of our Asian students are having access to. And I know that when we sit here, we always talk about equity and access. And I think right now we have an access issue into these programs because what we're inputting into these math programs is still not good. And I know you talk about how you can have all the systems you want. And I know how you think. You're very linear. You're very math oriented, no emotion. And you've told me, like, no matter what we input, if the input is not good, the output is not going to be any better. So thank you for shedding that light. And it is crystal clear to me that we are not trying to put anybody on blast. It is what it is, and it's a problem that we need to address, and it's an elephant in the room. It always has been. When we look at grading, when we look at test scores, it's always like, what is each school going to be doing about their math program? And so we do need to have a very compelling conversation regarding mathematics. And I hear you loud and clear that we must hold the superintendent accountable. And I know that in tonight's agenda, we are approving a new assistant superintendent of educational services that will replace Mr. Larry Cecil. And I know that Dr. Zuniga will have that conversation loud and clear of what the expectations of the board is in terms of our math. But I'm also glad that we are finally moving to have a common assessment district-wide so that we can compare apples to apples. And for that, I would like to thank Mr. Alejandro Fernandez. I know that he has a lot of support here on this board regarding that assessment, and we are looking forward to see the difference that's going to make, and the test scores moving forward and the assessments. And I'm excited about that. New assessment, new assistant soup. Alejandro Fernandez working on this as the math person and being a lead on that. I'm excited about that. So with that, I'll end. Moving on to, let me see here. Item number D. D as in David, information and presentation. D1, presentation on the Local Control Accountability Plan, better known as LCAP, and the proposed budget for 2023-2024. So with that, I'll turn it over to LCAP.
President Padilla, I have just a few communication items if I wish to share.
I apologize, Dr.
Just a little bit.
Zuniga. Go right ahead before that.
Thank you. I do want to recognize and thank our entire El Monte High School District family for putting on a memorable graduation event at all of our high schools. They work so hard in putting this together. There's a lot of unsung heroes that I call that make this happen, starting from our maintenance department, starting from the district office to our maintenance staff at the school sites who really are working overnight to make these fields transform into a classy event for our families and our graduates. And I hope they recognize that from the streaming of video to our auditoriums production, setting up equipment, to security overnight, to ensure that things go well overnight as well. Our plant managers, I couldn't say enough. Also our school administration, who probably did not get a lot of sleep last week, to ensure that everything went smoothly. And from what I understand and what I heard, everything, all the graduations went fairly well. We met with the principals on Wednesday, and we celebrated the things that occurred on Wednesday and Thursday night at graduations. We also talked about the things that we can improve on, things that we can grow on continuing the traditions of our ceremonies, commencement ceremony programs that we have, and the quality that we produce those evenings. We also talked about things that we can do to support more family engagement and parent engagement in some of these senior events. We'll be having evening programs for all schools in the future so that our parents can engage themselves and see their children receive scholarships, get their awards. And so we want to do both the celebration during the school day as well as the evenings to ensure that there is parent engagement and that continues too. So just an overwhelming support of everyone that put this together, and they come through, they set their problems aside and whatever's on their mind, and they make it happen for kids. So congratulations to the entire El Monte Union High School District family and community for putting these commencement ceremonies together successfully. One of the things that I'd like to highlight in our graduation commencement ceremonies is listening to the students speak and the messages that they produce to provide to their students and their families, and obviously the district, and what we learn from them, what we can learn from them through their experiences as young adults who are going to be traveling either out of the state, up north, or locally to attend prestigious universities. I was so impressed by the speeches starting from the Rosemary Adult School student who spoke about his life, about his struggles, and not giving up upon himself, and also his family, to also listening at Rosemead High School on Wednesday evening, and at South El Monte with Montview High School students speaking and recognizing not only their accomplishments, but really making sure that those acknowledgments and accomplishments were attributed to their families and their teachers and their school environment and their community too. So I'm very proud of all of our graduates, of our principals, our administrators, our parents for just being part of it and showing up and making sure that everything went well. And also I want to thank the El Monte Police Department for supporting us through all of our graduations. The Sheriff's Departments were not available on Thursdays, I believe, to support at the school sites at South El Monte and even at Rosemead, but our El Monte Police Department was also there to show their support too. So thank you for that. Thank you for all our elected officials for making the time to show up to our graduations, from all of our city dignitaries, our board members, from our partner school districts too. And they took the time to be there to show that the community is together when it comes to education, and also seeing our kids moving on to their next stage in their life as well. Last but not least, I do want to announce the beginning, or really the ending, the capstone of our 2023 school year with summer school. That begins next Tuesday on June 20th, I believe. And that will be for 5 weeks. We have about 20 days that we'll go through over the 5 weeks. We will continue on with the extended summer school learning offerings of up to 3 periods per students. The third being more enrichment and engagement classes and activities for students to be part of as well. We're looking forward to seeing the new freshman class coming in, 24, 25, 26, 27, class of 27, if I'm not mistaken. Excited to see them come on board too, and working alongside our KA partners and crossing that bridge when they get to El Monte High School District and welcoming them with open arms too. With that said, again, a big thank you also to the Board of Trustees for their ongoing support in the school year 22-23 as we wrap it up. We couldn't do it without your support as well. So thank you on behalf of all of us here at El Monte High School District. That's it, President.
Thank you, Dr. Edward Zuniga, Superintendent, and thank you to you too. You know, it's always a pleasure to see you come in your USC cap and gown, and it's not a cap, it's a tam. I'm an English language learner, but I told me it's a tam that you wear as a doctor. So it's always great to see you and be such a great role model for our students. You know, having grown up in this community, being a product of class of 1991 from El Monte High School, and then going on, getting your degrees and coming back. Thank you. There's no better role model than that. You know, you're BTDT, been there, done that, and come back. And, you know, if you can be a doctor and grew up in this neighborhood, it gives our kids a lot of hope. And they know that with a lot of work and a lot of encouragement and support, they too can do it. And some of them will go on and get their doctorates, you know. Might even me, Mr. Dr. Ruben Carrasco right there next to you. So thank you, Dr. Edward Zuniga. So with that being said, I jumped the gun. We will now move on to D, the presentation on the Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP, Local Control Accountability Plan, and the proposed budget for 23-24. And I take it that's why Ms. Edith Echeverria is here to do Local Control Accountability Plan. You're on. Welcome. This is year 3 of LCAP, correct? Or am I wrong? Correct. Yeah, year 3. There we go.
It's perfect. Yeah. You are correct, which means, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Which means it's the third year of a 3-year cycle, and just when we've mastered it, the state is probably going to change it on us again. So let's give you an overview on the El Monte Union High School District's LCAP.
Okay.
So as a reminder, okay, why is it doing this? Okay, I did it wrong. Oh, there it is. Okay, so as a reminder, all districts are tasked to write a plan that addresses the 8 state priorities. They're listed here. They include parental involvement, pupil achievement, pupil engagement, school climate, among other things. Since this is the 3rd year of the cycle, we continued with the 5 goals that were established 3 years ago, and the goals have to be in alignment or support the priorities that the state has identified. So the first goal is to offer instruction by fully credentialed teachers in well-maintained schools. The second one addresses a broad course of study with students being provided with skills and courses for college and career readiness. The third one focuses primarily on student achievement, which is provide students with high-quality instruction that supports their academic achievement. The fourth one targets parent and family engagement, and the last one targets a safe learning environment that actively engages students and promotes social and emotional health. So what process do we use at El Monte Union High School District to review the LCAP and come up with what's new the next year? So we primarily focus on 4 areas. The first one is we have ongoing data review. So we look at different data, and we'll go over what type of data we present. We look at survey results from different partners. We look at our fiscal status, or we review the status of the district, and we also seek input from the different stakeholders. This first thing is, what data did we look at throughout the year? And this just outlines a few. Advanced placement, what's our enrollment rate, what's our passing rate, enrollment and attendance, what is the trend with enrollment data and with ADA, average daily attendance, smarter balance assessments, how are our kids doing compared to pre-COVID, it's really compared to pre-COVID at this time, and parent and family engagement, what are our participation numbers by site and district-wide. Know that we've looked at DNF rates, we've looked at suspension data, we've looked at expulsion data, so this is just listing a bit of what we've covered. What is the current status of the district? So when reviewing the plan or revising the plan, we have to keep in mind that our enrollment continues to decline. And currently, we do receive a lot of one-time funding, so keeping in mind that we know that we'll have specific funding through 2024, and that's listed there. So we also look at a lot of results from different surveys. Primarily, we have an LCAP survey that targets parents, staff, and students. This year, we had over 300 parents complete the survey. We had over 200 staff members. And for students, we actually had two different survey results that we looked at. One of them with Youth Truth, which we had over 6,000 students complete. And then the other one's the LCAP survey, which we had over 2,000 students complete. So what are the parents telling us? The parents are telling us that they want to continue with workshops, trainings, coffee with the principal, anything that engages them, that teaches them, that trains them, that invites them. They love communication, and I say it like this because I hear them. You know, I don't just read surveys, I meet with them, and they're always saying, you know, we continue to text us, continue to email us, continue to talk to us. We love hearing from CPAs, from community liaisons. Just have them call us, have them text us. And provide more support. What was consistent also is provide more support for a safe culture on campus. That was the parent perspective. Staff. Staff was primarily through the survey, but we also have staff members in our LCAP committee, and their focus was on continuing to provide support staff, which includes community liaisons and paraeducators, continue to provide mental health services, professional development and collaboration time for staff, and targeted engagement strategies and individual mentoring.
Edith?
Yes.
Clarifying question. The last bullet point, targeted engagement strategies and individual mentoring. What exactly does that refer to? For whom?
That refers to the line item in the LCAP that provides added teaching staff at the sites to be able to ensure that you're providing more strategies because of your smaller classes.
So providing engagement strategies and individual mentoring from staff to students.
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
And then our student survey results, I gave you a couple of examples, or actually it's 4, not a couple from each survey. So the first 2 are right out of the Youth Truth survey. I'm able to motivate myself to do schoolwork. It's actually up from the year before, which is a good sign. Have you ever seriously considered dropping out of high school? That percentage went down. I feel safe on campus. There was an increase from last year, and students that said they felt safe, but ironically, when you have open-ended questions, a lot of it was they wanted more security on campus. So it wasn't aligned, but that's what they said. And then I feel engaged and connected to my school. That also increased from last year, which are all good signs of that what we're doing, it's helping. But even in free responses, they also commented what was consistent was we still want more activities, more events, more things that will motivate us to continue participating in sports, just things during lunch. We heard it from our students in the LCAP committee, but we also read it through the different surveys. So we also had to meet with different entities or different educational partners. This is just a sample of our Super PAC members, some of our Super PAC members. We had input from surveys, as I mentioned. We have received ongoing input from our parents on our Super PAC, from our parents in our DLAC, or a District English Learner Advisory Committee, from principals, but also from all of our administrators. We have included, or Dr. Zuniga has included the LCAP in our different meetings, where administrators have been provided the opportunity to also provide input on the different actions within the LCAP. We had input from our SELPA through our Director of Special Ed, and our Local Control and Accountability Plan Committee, which is really big. It consists of not just staff, parents, community, students, administrators, so just a bit of everyone in the community. So as a result of all this input, what happened? Our new LCAP includes increased funding to support safe learning environments. So we do want to focus on increasing hours for campus supervisors, increasing funding to provide resources for safe learning environments, which can include, ensuring that there's radios on every campus. It was heard from the district level, but also from the site. So allocations to both district level initiatives, but also site level. Increased personnel to allow for targeted engagement strategies and individual mentoring, which means then more teachers will be funded out of S&C. Increased funding to provide motivational incentives. So this is really site-based, and this is really a lot of input based on student and principals. When we met, Mr. Ciso and I meet with the principals at least 4 times a year to go over what's planned, what are the actions that are in the LCAP, how far are you in meeting that, and we make revisions based on that, based on their input. So this is one of the requests that they had very clearly, but also it came from students. Increased funding to support after-school enrichment activities. So although we've been providing more and more, kids and principals are still saying we need more. And same thing with extra and co-curricular activities, just ensuring that our students are engaged. So what is the timeline with the LCAP? We already provided it, or we presented it to DLAC last month and to Super PAC. We had consultation meetings with unions on May 26th and May 31st, the two different unions. Today is public hearing, and then the plan is to submit it for approval next Wednesday. And just to recap, to ensure that our plan, just like any other plan in the state, has to address the 8 state priorities. It includes actions that support all students, but there's a lot of actions there that specifically target our unduplicated population, which are English learners, Austro youth, and low-income students. And when I read English learners, I failed to mention that at one of our DLAC meetings, one of our parents suggested that we have parent meetings with parents of English learners because, you know, some kids are English learners in high school and they don't even know what that means. I think one of them said when they were in the reclassification ceremony, their child said, I don't even know what this is for. And so in the past, we had parent conferences with parents of English learners. We had a worksheet of identified need that identified the reclassification criteria and how far out their student is to meeting that. And so the goal is to now bring that back so that our parents and our students are informed of this is why you're an English learners, this is what you need to do to reclassify, and have a plan for each individual student. And with that in a nutshell is our district LCAP. Do you have any questions?
Good. Any questions, Board Member Salcedo?
No questions. Just thank you for all the efforts you and all the committees put into this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments, Board Member Florencio Briones?
No, thank you for the presentation, Edith.
Thank you. Board Member Queen Nguyen, any comments or questions?
No, thank you very much, Edith.
Thank you.
For me, I want to say thank you to you. I know that this is, a lot of work and stuff like that. My only comment is I would like to see, if we're able to get the responses of 2,076 students or in the U-True 6,141, I just would like to see a bit of a higher response from our parents. I mean, we do have over 7,000 students. I just think, and I get it, I know that when you do the LCAP, like today we opened up a public hearing on a number of topics and sometimes it's hard to get them. So we need to find creative ways of incentivizing parents and giving stuff out or something like that to get them to get more of their voice. Like today I heard the parent from, I think it was Mountain View, she says, if I can make a difference with my voice, then I will continue to come. So I would like to hear more parent voice on here. And but no, thank you. Very clean presentation to follow. Just very, I like the question that Mr. Briones brought, because when I first read it, I was thinking that it was like professional training or development for the teachers, but no, it's more staff to mentor more kids.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you for the presentation, Director Edith Echeverria.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we have the proposed budget for 2023-2024. We have Mr. Will Elatar, our CBO, Chief Business Official.
Good evening, Board President, Board, Cabinet, district staff, and community.
Good evening, Mr. Elatar.
We are Mr. David Norton, who is the fiscal director for the district, and myself will provide a summary for the proposed budget for next year. You do have a book of the entire budget that includes executive summary that this presentation is going to be providing some more details about that. Background, AB 1200 was enacted in early 19 90s, and in response to some of the bankruptcies and defaults for school districts' obligations. And that's what we're following. Estimated actuals and budget adopted in June after adopting the LCAP plan, and that will take place by next week. There are 3 times where we update the budget right now, and the first interim in December for covering the period from actuals from July to end of October, and then the second interim is covering from July to the end of January, and we take it to the board in March. In September of the following year, we do the unaudited actual for the previous year, and obviously with collective bargaining and non-voter approved debt, we take it to the board for public disclosure. This is basically the cycle of the budget planning. Certification, I'm pleased to inform you that the district will remain financially solvent in the current and subsequent 2 fiscal years, so we will have a positive certification based on this budget.
Mr. Welatar, how many years have you been with our school district?
7 years.
7 years. And in the 7 years that you've been here, we've always had a positive certification. Is that not correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
So I wanted to give you a quick brief about what included in the governor may revise. You can see here that the time for the general fund revenue growth is clearly over. So we're actually seeing a decline in total revenue for the state. The shortfall from January to May is increased to $31.5 billion. Revenues, obviously, for Prop 98 guarantee are down compared to January. However, the governor is not changing his approach. He is not making any cuts and basically using one-time money to cover the differences. Housing market appears to be a slump at this point in time. There is obviously the failing regional banks and also slowing down in manufacturing, although some improvements have been made since the May revise. Governor proposed to address the shortfall without dipping into the rainy day fund. The rainy day fund for the state is actually reach out to the maximum amount. Governor is identifying 3 risks to California revenues. The first one is high interest rates. The second one is instability in the financial institution and market. And the third is the delayed tax receipts to October of this year from April for California in the state and federal fund. And therefore, because of the final tax receipts in October, there is a possibility that we may have lower revenues than what is estimated in May, and it may be impacting our budget, and we may come back to you with some revisions if that takes place.
Mr.
The
Alatar?
governor.
Mr. Alatar?
Yes.
Sorry, one question on that, and this is going to be asking you to reach into your crystal ball. You or any of the folks at CSBA or through the associations that you're a member of, has anyone predicted what they anticipate those tax receipts might be come October?
There is actually a slide here that shows that legal analyst office is having a lower revenue than what the governor estimated. So when we get there, I'll actually highlight that, and that could be the difference.
Thank you.
The COLA for next year is 8.22%. Although obviously this rate may also be revised when they agree on the budget or as we move forward. Obviously, as I mentioned, the governor is making significant cut to some one-time grants. He's not touching the universal meal programs, so that's a good news about that. So this slide here shows the inflation Average inflation before pandemic, you can see the dotted line is at 2% every year. You see the inflation is going around that number till 2021 and then escalating all the way up and then to 9.1% and coming down to 4.9% by May. And now I believe it's actually down to low fours. While you can see the median weekly earnings have increased by 6.1%. Overall, in the last 5 years, increased by 27.6%. But you can see that there is a variance from 2021 to 2023, in which the median weekly earning was, as a percentage, was less than the inflation. The next slide is actually the slide that I referenced to, is that basically you can see the 2022 Budget Act. That is a higher line. And then you see the May revision, which is the middle line. And then you see the governor budget is the red line, and you see the actual blue line is the LO line. This here is also a reflection of what the difference between May revision and LO. You can see in 2023, 2024, it is estimated that the revenue for next year will be 193.6 million by the governor, and it's 190.2 by the Office of the Legislative Analyst. You can see that by next year they are about the same projected wise. So there is potential loss of revenue of about $3 billion from what the governor estimated. And you can see, obviously, the previous budget, 2022, the numbers were significantly higher, based on the last year projection. So how is the governor addressing the budget shortfall? So the budget shortfall is actually $9.3 billion worse than January. The May revision includes reductions and pullback. He's not calling it as cuts, but he's calling it as reversions of unused funds, the one-time funds. And you can see a list of the type of funds that he is reducing. Most important for the district is obviously some of the art and music fund, where he is reducing it by 50%. And you can see that he's not touching the rainy day fund, which sits at 10% of the general fund revenues, and it's requiring $2.3 billion for infrastructure for 2023-2024. And as I highlighted in the red there, Governor may revise this based on reduction and pullback of one-time funds to address ongoing shortfall, which is something that we suggest, obviously, for our district not to follow. This slide here is showing what the challenge for the California budget. You can see the lower income, middle income, and higher income fleeing or migration away from California. Up till 2017-18, there was migration from the lower income and middle income. Starting 2018, you can see the higher income migrating in a higher rate than ever before. And that is a challenge, because the higher income represent 90% of the tax collected, and therefore it is estimated that the revenues collected by the state will go down due to the migration of the higher income. And you can see also the gradual decline in Proposition 98 from one year to another. The May revision for 23-24 is down to $106.8 billion. So Proposition 98 is $2 billion lower compared to January and $3.5 billion less than funding from 2022 Budget Act. And this is more details about the cuts that the governor is proposing. He proposed cuts totaling $4.3 billion in the arts and music instructional material, as well as the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. And additional cuts addresses the declining in Proposition 98 guarantees and increased Prop 98 reserve deposits. The challenge with this is that the district staff plans to use the remaining of Arts Music Block Grant to address ongoing salaries adjustment enacted for 2022-23. That grant has been reduced by approximately 50% from the previous amount that was included the year before. So what's the risk for the district budget? From outside, obviously, the economy, California economy, and including Proposition 98. But there are 4 blocks that really impact the district budget. Compensation cost pressure on the retirement plans, STIRS and BERS, expiring one-time fund, declining enrollment, and declining ADA protection loss. Starting with the retirement plans, CalSTRS and CalBERS. And I believe a couple of board items before, I believe Mr. Padilla asked to actually identify what the impact on the district. And you can see here, CalSTRS is currently estimated to be, that's an employer contribution, by the way. The employer contribution is one component of 3 components that cover the contributions to these programs. The first one is the state contribute to this. It's a fixed amount. The second is the employee contribution, and it's also is a fixed amount or percentage. The third component is the employer contribution, and that's a contribution that keeps changing. And in the CalSTRS, it can go up and down by 1% each year. However, in CalBERS, there is no maximum. It basically every year they do revise the contributions, and these are true percentage of the gross salaries of the eligible employees that the district or any district has. So for next year, the 19.1% for CalSTRS, no change from this year. However, that number was significantly lower before. CalBERS is increasing to 26.68%. And you can see the estimated increases for the following years, 24, 25, and 25, 26. So what does this mean to the district? So if you look into the table, you see that in 2001, 2002, the contribution by the employer was 0%. In 2015, 2016, the contribution by the employer was 11.81%. That's from the gross salary. And if you actually take the existing numbers for gross salaries now, that's an increase annually of $2.836 million to the district, from 0% to 11.817%. In 23-24, the number increasing to 26.68%. That's an additional contribution by the district to the program of $6.4 million from 2001 to 2002 annually, okay, based on the existing salary that we're projecting for that year. To put it in numbers, for every 1% increase year to year in CalBERS, it adds around $315,000 in employer contributions from the year before. Okay, That's a 1% increase.
Mr. Elatar, why is it that CalPERS is so much more volatile than CalSTRS? I could see that CalSTRS, the highest that CalSTRS can go is 20.25, right? Which they're almost there, but it
Yes.
can't go beyond that. Why, if CalPERS has more contributors? I mean, because this is the fund that has all the classified employees, all the nurses, all the firefighters. There's way more people contributing to CalPERS, or am I wrong? Why is it so much more volatile or unpredictable?
I think one of the reasons is that the legislators are the one that control the increases in CalSTRS, while CalPERS is run by the board of CalPERS.
Like it's a private?
Not private, but
Okay.
it's basically, the legislators are basically setting the parameters for CalSTRS.
Okay.
And they can change it every year, but those are the parameters.
All right.
For CalPERS, they would look at the investment every year and see if it's up and down, and normally it's based on a 7% annual return in investment. So if the market is really down and they're not getting 7% every year, they will be looking at the numbers and making adjustments every year to ensure that they will have sufficient dollars down the road. I think that's the reason. I'm done. Anything you want to add, David?
That's part of it. There are other considerations too. You mentioned firemen, policemen, nurses. Some of those firemen in particular, they will leave the system at an earlier age. They get 90% of their retirement under their pension, and that's pretty hazardous work.
So just like a lot more are contributing, a lot more are exiting.
So they'll be longer.
Got it.
They'll be pulling longer.
Okay.
And like police, for example, they, I believe, they max out 50 years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and they max out 3% every year. Okay, comparing to this district employees or public school employees, it's 2.5% for classic and 2% for new hired. So it's a significant difference, and that probably also add a pressure on CalPERS more than the teachers.
Okay.
So just to give you an idea, so basically a 1% increase in STRS from one year to another is about $690,000 more employer contribution. So if you combine the two, if we have 1% increase for every year for both, it's over $1 million additional contribution from the district to those programs.
Right.
However, the good news is that the district, the board.
We have a Fund 14 or 17 where
17.
we put
Yes,
for this. Okay.
17. Fund 17. The previous years, we allocated certain dollars to Fund 17 in case if we get to a point where we need to use that fund.
Right.
We have approximately $4.1 million that could be used. It's one-time money, but nevertheless, it would help the budget in case if we are in dire strait to use it. The second block that is very challenging for the district is that we're not only declining in enrollment in a higher rate than what we had previous to the pandemic. We're declining from, on average, from 2.2% to 3.5%, 3.4% after COVID. We're also are declining in ADA.
Right.
So that's kind of a double whammy that obviously impact our total revenue.
Right. So if we have declining enrollment, it means we get less dollars to educate those kids because the state's going to send us less money because we have less kids to educate.
Well, we get funding by ADA, not enrollment. So enrollment is reduced from one year to another by about 3.5% right now. In addition to that, we used to average between 95 to 96% attendance, ADA. Now we're declining to, because of COVID and other reasons, to between 91 to 93%. next year we're projecting 93.6%, and we're kind of conservatively looking into a lower rate in the future.
Right. So
Our-
we need to spark up the kids we do have. We need to launch attendance campaigns and really, get our kids to be here, the ones that we do have, whether it's through our child welfare and attendance people and campaigns and motivation and incentivizing and all those things that need to get our kids to come to school. I mean, and when I say that, I think of schools like Mount View, where when I look at some of those the reports, it's pretty low. They're very low, and I get it. During COVID, I get it. We had that, but we now have like things we could do. We need to get the kids that are here to get here.
I think we need to do two things.
All right.
The first thing is addressing the decline in enrollment. Most of this enrollment decline, we can see it in the feeder schools.
Right.
The feeder schools actually declining even greater rate than our district.
Yeah, but we cannot control that. Housing in this city is out of control. It's too
Yes.
expensive,
Yes.
which is what's happening in LAUSD and in the San Gabriel Valley. So that's not something that I, as a board member, can fix. Or it's like
I understand.
It's a tough thing.
I understand, but I think the district may need to focus on identifying programs that attract students from within the district and from the neighboring districts to join the district. Okay, that's to address enrollment.
Okay.
I'm not saying that you're going to address enrollment and reduce
Through housing.
Okay.
Right.
You're not gonna have decline, but you reduce the rate of decline. And then secondly, focusing on ADA, attendance is important. If you're not at school, you're not receiving education, and you also were not receiving funding for those students who are not at school. So those are the two things that are very important that we'll be focusing on.
Mr. Elata, I have a question.
Yes.
Based on what assumption that you have declining on the ADA?
So we actually have the actual decline in ADA for this year. And we declined to, I believe, 93%.
No,
this
he's
year.
asking you the source. What are you basing that? So the answer is like, we hire a company to give us.
Yes, so
birth rates. That's the
so to
question.
answer your question, we do hire for enrollment, Davis Demographics, that provide us a forecast for 7 years that actually show the potential decline in enrollment from 1 year to another, going as far as actually kinder all the way to graduation. We can actually tell by school, by feeder school, what the decline rate every year and what we anticipate to have a decline in enrollment. For ADA,
the birth rates.
it's birth rate, but also historical trend. So they use combination of very different factors. They also include housing, new housing, and unfortunately, new housing doesn't mean normally additional students, because the new housings in the area, they do not generate many students. Mostly they are condos and expensive, out of reach for younger families. So you don't really get many students in that. But they calculate all of that. They provide us the details, and for the most part, we use their numbers to forecast the future.
And the past result, are they accurate?
For the most part, they are. I mean, obviously, this is all forecast and projection based on historical trend and assumption. But for the most part, they actually were not far away from the actual numbers.
Okay.
The numbers might be off here and there a little bit, but the trends are there.
But the trends are there, yes.
One thing really quick. So there's a Senate bill, SB 98 by Senator Portantino, which would change the funding formula in California from ADA to enrollment.
Yes.
Because one of the things that's been pointed out is if you've got a classroom of 30 kids or if you've got a classroom of 20 kids, it costs us the same amount to have a teacher in there. Would this change anything for us based on the enrollment numbers that we
enrollment
project?
rather than ADA?
Yeah, enrollment rather than ADA.
Of course, it does make a difference when you go to enrollment as basis of funding. But I can tell you that there will be a significant push back because there will be no incentive for school districts to
improve their
focus
attendance.
on attendance.
There is a provision in here that you would receive an additional, almost like a block grant for attendance programs or incentives. I think that was kind of a gimme to folks who are pushing back on the bill. Primarily, I think CSBA. But I look at these figures, and obviously declining enrollment is one thing, and that's something that, as Mr. Padilla pointed out, it's really out of our control. You know, housing is an issue throughout LA County and California, but the fact that we're getting dinged on attendance because, especially after COVID, because so many students and families were impacted, and you know, we're going to see this trend for the foreseeable future before we finally will see attendance rebound, you know, and get back to the levels that it was before. I wonder if it would be prudent of us to take a position on this bill to you know, lend our support somehow, because you know, I've never felt that it's been right to penalize schools based on their ADA as opposed to their enrollment. Because like I said, you know, if you've got a classroom of 20 students, you got a classroom of 30 students, it costs us the same amount to have a teacher in there, to have the lights on in there, to have, you know, internet access and electricity and air conditioning and whatever else is needed to operate a classroom. And yeah, we should work on getting our students their butts into those seats. But the reality is, if there's one kid in that classroom and one teacher, it's going to cost us the same if there's 30 kids in there and one teacher. And so I wanted to highlight that, because, you know, every year we see these numbers, and as you stated, Mr. Elatar, the trends are there. So we have to find a different way. And I'm sure we're not the only school district who's having this issue, this problem with declining enrollment in ADA. Find a different way, a different funding formula to ensure that we're receiving money that we should be receiving, so that we can continue to recruit teachers, retain teachers, and operate our programs.
I fully agree. I mean, I think obviously, especially because of COVID and trying to get out of COVID, but we see a decline in ADA. If you look into our numbers from 2017-18, our ADA used to be in the 95, 96%.
I remember.
And they declined by 3-4% from after COVID. And, you know, so there is obviously a correlation between what the impact of COVID and ADA. And the state actually did provide school district kind of an average of 3 years ADA rather than previous year ADA. So they provided some relief. However, as we move forward,
they're all low.
All the 3 years will be low. So it's no, you know,
the average will be low.
Yes.
I see both sides. I see what Mr. Briones is saying, but I also see, like, you don't take that incentive away from districts. And I say that because, you know, as a child welfare person, I get it thrown in my face where they'll say, parents will be like, the only reason you're here knocking on my door, Mr. Padilla, is because you want my son's ADA money. And I say, you know what? I'm not going to lie. But something that's more important than the money is your child getting a quality education. And if you don't have that incentive with districts feeling the pressure that you're not going to get the money, then districts are not going to send people out to go look for those kids. And I know that because in the olden days, we used to get funded with excused or unexcused absences. You've been doing this long enough, remember? Whether the kid was there or whether the kid was not there. No, if you brought in a note saying that the doctor excused them, you will get paid. But then what happened, some districts got caught because they were cheating, saying that, you know, remember that part when we used to get funded with the ADA for excused or unexcused absences? And then the law changed and said, no, now if the kid's not physically there for whatever reason, doctor's note, whatever it is, if the kid's not there, you don't get the ADA. If the kid's physically there and you see their eyeballs, you get the ADA. But I remember when districts were doing some hanky-panky and they got caught because they were, you know, reporting stuff where the kids were not there. That's my fear, that if we go to the enrollment then versus the ADA, that's just something that I fear, that no one's going to go look for those kids. And who are those kids going to be? Brown and black kids that are going to get shafted.
Well, there is an
My
argument.
opinion.
There is an argument for ADAs. There is an argument for enrollment. I see both sides. The advantage, obviously, but from the standpoint is that if the students are not coming to school, they're not receiving education. So there is a tremendous incentive to have the students coming to school.
And then for us to
And-
continue to push, like to increase the base grant. I mean, you know, and I know in California, we are the fourth largest economy now? Fourth largest economy in the world, right? Yet you look at schools funding back east, they get like $21,000, $22,000, $23,000 per kid. In our state, we're barely pushing what? 13,000? 14,000 per kid?
I believe so.
I mean,
around that
those
number.
kids get a whole lot of money for a lot more education than we get in a nation, in a state that's the fourth largest economy. That's pathetic. You know what I mean? And yes, I know I'm preaching to the choir, but even when we go to our legislators, you know, I can preach all I want to Senator Rubio. She gets it. She's a teacher. It's our other counterparts from other, you know, areas that need to push. And so like when we go back, even if we go all the way back east to this year, Queen Nguyen and Mr. Briones and I, we went and we advocated with our Congress people. We hear the same thing over there. Like you're preaching to the choir. I'm Congresswoman Napolitano, I get it. I'm Congresswoman Judy Chu, I get it. I'm Congresswoman Sanchez, I get it. Like it's our other people on the other side of the aisle. And that part is good that we have CSBA because the majority of CSBA is Republican. You know, the Democrats, there's very few of us. And so, but it's good to have these conversations with our Republican counterparts. And we talk about how we need to have these discussions, like when we're talking about special ed, when we're talking about, you know, the food programs, like it doesn't matter if you're Republican, I'm a Democrat. We need to have one voice when we're in front of our people to put the pressure that they need to increase this base grant funding. You know what I mean? So I know we preach to the choir with our senators. They get it. All of our Congress people. It's like our other friends. So Briones, I know you do a lot of work with CSBA.
Mr. Alatar, on the subject of ADA, you know, we have 5 comprehensive high school, but look at the Rosemead. They're always under 95, 96%. And, you know, look at Mountain View and South Monte. You know, it's not, you know, something really, really wrong within our system. You know, is it the demographic or whatever it is? We had to find a reason to fix it. That means I always brought it up with Dr. Zuniga when I visit, do the classroom visit. Look at it. You know, Rosemead have a 95%, 96%, the other one 89%. The lowest 89, sometimes 88, 89, 90. So, you know, that's something really, really we need to find out what's happening.
It's things that make you go, because you look at who are our gold ribbon schools, Arroyo and Rosemead. Who traditionally always has the highest attendance? Arroyo and Rosemead. You know, El Monte sometimes there too. But when we look at our attendance, you know, Mountain View forever has been the lowest. You know, and South El Monte also, like, what do we need to do to, you know, go rattle the cage in these homes and bring our kids in to get an education? Because it's pretty sad, you know, but I think that's the part that we can control more than the housing insecurity and that part of the economy. That's a bigger fish to fry that we have no control over that. You know, and yes, in El Monte, like, you know, when they say, oh, we have affordable housing for who? Not even for us educators and teachers can we afford the new homes that you guys have, unless you have like 2 college-educated kids, like, you know, Mr. Quee's kids that make over $200,000 each. They're going to be able to come in and afford that and do that. And so many don't want to have any kids right now. They want to buy car, house, you know, travel, which I don't blame them. It's their money. They can do whatever they want, but we're getting more and more of that population that they're holding off to have kids. And meanwhile, eventually that will cause, you know, El Monte City to have less teachers, less kids, but then it'll catch up with us too. It already has caught up to us.
So moving on, So multi-year projections, you see what is actually contributing positively to, or we include for what is included in the multi-year projection. You know, the standard, industry standards, what the board approved, those decision-making from the board, and then obviously the local assumptions. What's not in a multi-year projection is not a crystal ball, it's not something that you can measure if we are going to be exactly right on the mark or not. We're actually projecting based on the assumption that we make. So when we get at the end of the year and the numbers do not exactly match, that doesn't mean that our multi-year projection were not accurate. And our multi-year projection always is adjusted every year for the future years as well. So just keep that in mind. We try to be as conservative as possible to ensure district solvency. Impact on multi-year projections, the positives, obviously more revenue, higher COLA, one-time money, federal funds, and one-time state funds. Negatives, cost of goods and services increases. The state pension costs, we did talk about that. New hires with one-time funds, that's a challenge because once that one-time money is gone, how are you going to be able to cover it?
Yep.
An additional cost to mitigate learning loss. And with that, I'm going to turn to Mr. Norton to finish the
Evening.
Bring it
President
home,
Padilla and
Mr. Norton.
everybody. All right, here we go. All right, so the key budget assumptions there are that, you know, we're using our LACO LCFF. Thank you very much, Faustino. Appreciate that. We're using our LACO calculator and determining what our revenue is. That means that whenever we update our data, and in fact, I'm going to go back to the multi-year projections, we actually do that 4 times a year, 5 times, because we're doing it at the unaudited actuals, and then once our auditor sees it, we're going back and tweaking it wherever there was an adjustment made. So we do those revisions for those projections quite a few times on the year. So those we take into our assumptions here. And so we use that LACO calculator to revise that figure, revise those numbers every time you know, we have that opportunity during the year. We're not planning on contingent or speculative nature. So if I don't see something coming through legislature or something that says you have to budget this, it's not in there yet. You know, I'm looking for essentially cold hard cash in hand. The step and column, I put that in the budget. We also put in COLA based on the state's recommendations. We do the declining enrollment through Davis demographics. We do our cash flow, that is every month based on historical information, plus more recently, information we get through industry information. So for example, construction projects, 14% higher. They're taking longer to finish. So that means cash might go out at a little bit higher rate in 1 month, but it's being slowed down over a greater period of time. All that goes into our cash flow projections. As I mentioned before, we're prudent in our multi-year planning because we try to stay away from anything that's uncertain. We go with what we know for sure. Consequently, as the year goes on, we're going to get better data, and it's not uncommon to see some things turn out a little bit better. But right now, we're at that point where we know the governor's already said he's going to claw back money on 2 different programs. We know that you know, tax revenues are looking shorter than what was initially projected. So again, we're going to adjust those numbers, and there's a good chance that's going to be less than what we had before. We're including CalSTRS and CalSPERS rates based on the May revise. Utilities, those have been going up. There's information coming through now in legislation about utility rates. They're going to do it on a different factor. I'm not quite sure how it's going to affect agencies yet. That's a watch item for me. We also look at our benefits and risk management, cyber liability. That's something that's really picked up after the pandemic. You know, we've been getting a lot of hit by a lot of things. So we have to keep a really sharp eye out for you know, to protect our district assets. And our transfers out, of course, to funds 14 and 21. That's our deferred maintenance at $0.64 million, and then for our solar panel projects, that nearly $500,000 to cover that. All right, so
Mr. Norton, right
Oh,
Mr.
oh,
Norton?
sorry, well, let me come right back the other way, here we go. And then, so for this current year, S&C is the supplemental concentration, that is the
Mr.
portion.
Norton, Mr. Briones has a quick question.
I'm sorry, go right ahead, please, Mr. Briones.
Apologies, and don't mean to put you on the spot, but question regarding the SAM and cyber liability insurance. Are those riders on our traditional policies, or are they separate policies through another insurance policy? And do you happen to know what the cost is for those two?
We know the cost. Obviously, we are members of insurance GBAs, and it's not just only the district performance, but also the performance of the GBA and the industry as a whole. The increases in liability and property insurance has been substantial from one year to another, specifically with the SAM claims, given the fact that you have AB 218, which actually allows alleged claims that took place many years in the past to be actually we could be liable for that. So the cost of insurance is higher. There are less and less insurers who are willing to insure in California. And in addition to the liability side of it, the property insurance is also going very high because of the fire and other issues that United States overall and California have been dealing with. So many insurers are actually refusing to insure California anymore. I think a couple of State Farm, I think they are no longer providing insurance to new homeowners recently, so they are actually leaving the market or not investing in California. So those are things that we have to include in our budget to reflect the cost of having insurance. And cyber insurance obviously is increasing in the cost and reduced in coverage.
So the two policies, are they riders on existing coverage through the JPA, or are they separate policies?
Okay, so there are two parts here. The SAM claims that happen in the past, basically they are calculated every 6 months by the JBA, and assessment are provided on the members on that year to cover the cost of these claims. So if we were part of self-JBA since 1986, 1987, and we have a claim that, not our district, but a claim from another member at that time, and they estimated the value of covering that would be in the millions, they will figure out what the contribution or the cost on each member based on the ADA at that time. And then they do invoice the districts, the members, every 6 months. And I think those are the rates that you're talking about. So I believe the last invoice that we received from SELF was over $300 and some $1,000. So every 6 months they are making assessment based on the number of claims that coming in. That is for the SAM claims for AB 218. For the existing insurance for the incoming year, there are increases in double figures, and that's different as well. So
And then for the cyber liability, is that how is that calculated, and who is that provided through?
Cyber liability is provided by Keenan.
Okay.
And it's calculated based on what they are able to provide to get from the insurers out there, as less insurers out there that actually are willing to provide good coverage. So what's happening is that not only the cost of cyber is going up, insurance, but the coverage is becoming less and less. So it's kind of a double whammy in that regard, but we really have no other option but to get these kind of insurances to at least cover some of the costs in case if we get hit.
Thank you.
Okay, turning back to the assumptions for 23-24. So the supplemental and concentration, this is the amount over and above what we get on the base grant. It'll be $38,271,400 this year, and that covers the needs for unduplicated pupil counts. Step and column, as I mentioned earlier, we have contribution rates for STRS and PERS. Mr. Altar talked about that a little earlier. Contributions for restricted maintenance, that's required at 3%. Our mandated block grant, we're getting about, moved up from $67 per ADA, and a decrease in the unemployment insurance. So looking at it another way, or over the next 3 years, or next year and the 2 following ones, of course, the LCFF gap doesn't apply anymore. We have the one-time funding, none of that exists. The COLA this year, we're projecting, or the coming year, we're projecting at 8.2%, 8.22 to be exact, 3.94, 3.29. The enrollment, those numbers we went over, they're reflected there also, and then what that unduplicated pupil percentage is. So we're maintaining that level despite the decrease in enrollment, or ADA. Funded ADA, those are the numbers there that we base it upon. Now that number's a little bit higher because we're averaging over the last 3 years. That's legislation that came through a while ago, and that's keeping our funding flowing. So it's a soft landing, so to speak, as enrollment declines and ADA with it. Our unrestricted and restricted lottery numbers are there. Certificated salaries, we're maintaining that out in the future. I've projected that out at the same, and there are the CalPERS and STRS rates again. In a graph, that's what, or in a pie graph, that's what it looks like. As you can see, most of our funding comes through, our general fund comes through on the LCFF. Federal revenue, we still have the last year of a big chunk of that COVID relief money is with us. We also have state versions of that with us this year, or in the coming year. Our local revenues, and the other ones are transfers in and out. We're not doing a whole lot. It's a net zero on those figures, so it really doesn't, other than the one transfers out to the 2 funds I mentioned earlier of about $1 million, but not enough to even reach 1%. On the expense side, this is what it looks like. Most of the expenses, if you look at salaries, certificated salaries, classified salaries, employee benefits, that's the bulk of what we expend. Books, supplies, outlay, capital outlay, and services. These are contracts and utilities, so what it costs to run internal departments, and just some of the things like security, if we have contracts, other things besides just professional development services. So breaking down the next year into restricted and unrestricted, you can see that unrestricted portion, I'm just going to drop right to the bottom, that once we take out the contributions, it's going to amount to just under 120 million, and those contributions will go over on the restricted side and bring that revenue up to 68, almost 69 million. And again, that number will change in the next few years because we'll be losing the COVID money, plus now we know the governor is going to be clawing back some of the other funding that we had for arts and music and the learning emergency programs. But we've have those numbers in there now, and once we get those hard data in and how it's going to be implemented, then we'll revise those numbers. But we're feeling pretty good about those right now. The expenditures, when we get to the bottom line, or what's left over, in the unrestricted, I'm just going to write down the bottom total expenditures. They'll come to 124,000 or 124 million rather, and 68 million on the restricted side. So our total expenses are a little bit higher than what our projected revenue for the year is. So we'll be operating this year, I'm projecting at about a $3.5 million deficit. That beginning fund balance, we're coming in this year at about 61 million. This is combined between the unrestricted and restricted. That restricted will stay within those programs, by the way, it has to stay there. And a good portion of our beginning fund balance is going to be rolled over into the for our supplemental and concentration portion. So that's also limited by, it looks a lot like a restricted program. But we'll end, I'm projecting that year, we're going to end up with about 57.5 million in as a combined ending balance. So looking out in the future years, this is what that's going to look like. I put up this year's estimated actuals at this point. Again, I mentioned that we update information as we go through the year. So by the time we get into September, we'll be closing the books on the current year, and we'll update those numbers in that first column. But we're projecting right now that we're going to have an ending balance of about 57 million, pardon me. And this is just the unrestricted general fund, by the way. And that'll carry forward into the next year. But we're budgeting based on what we're actually getting. And then what happens is for any of the overages, or if we have programs that were for which we already received money, then we'll draw that money from that bottom portion. We'll put it into that middle section to make those activities happen. As we go out through the years, you're seeing one thing I'm going to point out here is a shift, especially in between the 22-23, 24 proposed, and the 24-25 projected, and even the 25-26 projected, mainly in salaries. So if you look across that certificate and classified side. The reason that's occurring is because one of the criteria and standards that we have is that a certain percentage of the budget be spent on salaries and benefits. And mainly for the pandemic, we've shifted a lot of that on that restricted money. So as those end, it's going to force us to shift staff to the unrestricted budget. That will help us in a number of ways. In particular, I mentioned earlier that a portion of our supplemental concentration is carried over in the year. If we use that, then that's a way to be able to burn that down or utilize that money, make sure it's getting spent every year. But this is a discussion we're going to have within the district on how we're going to implement that. It's going to be something that's, if we don't discuss it too down the line as enrollment's declining, those same questions about how many teachers do we need for declining enrollment, that's going to come into the question too, plus costs. One of the things about the unrestricted budget, a lot of questions on what it should be used for. I have that standard I mentioned. In fact, that standard is between 86% and 91%. So how do we survive with 10% or maybe less in all those other categories, specifically in books and supplies, operating expenses, or capital outlay as costs are rising? So this is going to be going to force us to take a good hard look at how we operate. But we're good for the current year, and right now I think or for the coming year rather, good for the current year, good for the coming year, and it's something hopefully we can resolve by we get to this time next year. You'll see too that the ending balance is decreasing year over year through that through the unrestricted portion. That's because as you shift that money in, that means we're starting now to eat into the committed and the reserve that we have. And so this is another big piece of the discussion that we're going to have is, well, what are we going to need? For example, is the cap still going to be in place? Should we be operating at that margin, or do we want to keep that up a little bit higher? Again, these are long-term, the discussions we have are going to have long-term impact, and that's just something we're going to have to address over time. So the statewide average reserve levels, this is what they look like for unified elementary and high school districts over the last few years and the differences. So high school districts have been running at a essentially stable number there. And I think of some years before that, the unified and the elementary were lower than the high schools. But what we're seeing then is the effect of the pandemic money coming into districts. And I think that if those were to be projected out, you're going to see the same thing that I just pointed out in my unrestricted, or the multi-year unrestricted over the next few years. There'll be some adjustments that I think all school districts will be needing to make. And this includes the Fund 17, by the way. That's a requirement, is that our ending balance includes that portion that we set aside for the rising the pension costs, correct? Right, so reserve cap compliance considerations. So these are the things to make sure that we fit within the legislation, which is no greater than 10%. We can commit those funds, and so we've done various commitments at this time. But those are some other suggestions. Unspent, anything that's unspent in the supplemental concentration, we have to use that for the same purpose. Consequently, we have to commit that money. There are other things that we can use it for and identify: textbook adoptions, technology replacement, equipment replacement. Of course, we've done that for pension obligations, and all those we need to have we have to look at a plan. Get some long-term projections on what those costs are going to be, so we'll know how to budget that correctly. The other thing is contributions to restricted programs, of course, routine maintenance is one, and special ed. Those costs have been increasing also. That's another big piece that will come into our discussion about how we're gonna meet some of our criteria and standards in the future years, because with it's hitting about 17.5 million, that's taken up about 15% of the budget there. So that's a big number. Transfer to other funds is another way. Those are the Fund 20. We have our state school facilities funds, the matching portion. That's Fund 35, or 40 for the capital outlay. So these are things, various items we've used. Fleet increases, or updating our fleet, amongst others. And there is the possibility of an exemption. That's one thing that that first line, the district must provide. You have to come up with some pretty hard arguments as to why you need an exemption. It's not just a given, you ask for it and you get it. It's going to have to be associated with extraordinary circumstances, and there's got to be documentation that you're just plumb out of other resources to get that exemption. Components of the ending fund balance. So this is looking in particular at our big portion. This is just on our commitments. So I went forward with about the same commitments we had. So this year, our estimated actual, we have about $9 million in supplemental and concentration that's unspent. I'm projecting next year we're going to spend that down. This could be updated about this time next year. This is the only time of the year where it's necessary for the district to provide this information. We're also putting a little bit, or we're putting some aside for the AB 218, which has come up. Those are increasing. That rate might even increase depending on what information we get. Deferred maintenance, special reserve for other than capital outlay. So this is the Fund 17, our OPEB, that's Fund 20. Our school facilities fund, Fund 35, that's the one where it's our matching funds. We haven't seen a whole lot come in on that yet, so we're eyeballing that. Special reserve or keep an eye on that, because that might change once we know how things flow, or we started a little early. Special reserve for capital outlay, that number's kind of high, because we've got a lot that we're looking at in, like I mentioned, bond costs are going up. There are other things we could potentially use this for. We have to move it to another fund, but we've got a large number there. After I use some round numbers on the others, I kind of use that as a catch-all for what remained. I'm sure we're going to adjust that. Assigned amounts, this is where our 10% cap is the combination of what's in our Fund 17, that is the amount we put aside for the pension fund, the amount we have aside that we're required to put aside for the reserve for economic uncertainty, and then the assigned. So that sum total there means that anything above that amount, of course, we have to put it aside. And then that's what it looks out like in the out years. Now, in the out years in particular, when we get to years 24, 25, 25, 26, we only have to project out for 1 year. That's what's required. But the other is that our ending balance is going to be mentioned in our multi-year slides, that without some other changes would be eating into that amount. Consequently, it's hard to predict what that's going to look like that far out also. Okay, so besides the general fund, we have a lot of other funds in our district, and that is the adult education. So they have these beginning balances. They look to end the year with about, they're going to expend a little bit more this year, which is a good thing, because that they've built up a bit of a balance and would like to see that money go out. So they're going to be about $1 million less in their ending balance, I project, for this year. The cafeteria fund, we always try to net that one out, so that's going to be 0-1. Deferred maintenance, that one, the costs are going up. It's a lot like construction. We see a lot of cost increases, so we have enough in there this year that I'm projecting we're going to be about $2 million less in it by the end of the year, and we have that amount that's committed. If something were to happen, we could transfer. Some other need came up, like I'm going to use Rosemead as an example. When our circuit breakers went out, we have some older school sites. It's a possibility that it may occur there too. So if we need to, we could shift money over to take care of that from our committed amount. We have our special fund right now. We're just earning interest on it. Same with the Fund 20, what we put aside for post-employment benefits. So those are both going to increase slightly.
On that Fund 17, we got a little too many fours in there, right?
That's true. We ought to.
I thought it was like 44 million that we had in there, but.
So that's increasing some. And You know, now that federal rates have been going up, you know, maybe that variance might be a little bit higher by the time we get to the end of the year. If you were watching the news today, the federal funds rate, they put a pause on that increase. So, you know, that means that it wouldn't, unless it goes up again, there's a chance it won't go up much higher. The building fund, now this one here is where we're projecting that everything's going to get done. This is the bond money. Consequently, as I mentioned, things are taking a long time to get done. We keep that amount in there, specifically that high amount, and show that high expense specifically because we want to make sure we have enough operational flexibility for the construction and modernization projects. Will that really happen? The answer is probably not. Most likely not, but we keep it in, and I project that amount out for that reason. But realistically, you know, that's probably not going to happen, or it would be that far of a variance on the year.
Really quick, I'm going to go back a little bit. The reserve for economic uncertainty, where do we keep that $5.5 million? Where do we keep that?
It's in the general fund.
General fund.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So we have that, and then we have the Fund 17.
Correct.
That's 4.4 million, right, to help us with like the PERS that we might have to tap into.
Potentially, that's an option also. Yes.
All right.
And you also have Fund 20, which is $3.1 million. That's actually for retirement, benefits for retirement. We haven't used it from one year to another. We use general fund, but if push come to shove, you can actually start using.
That's a little cushion, so, okay.
Yeah. But I wanted to actually point out a couple of things on this slide quickly. Adult Education, Fund 11, they actually spending much more than what they are collecting. So they are in deficit spending by $919,000 this year. I know that they have a high ending balance, but we have to watch because revenues for adult education is allocated by the consortium, and the other members in the consortiums are adding more enrollment. So therefore, that the revenue may actually go down in adult education unless they start picking up more enrollment. Okay, so I just wanted to point that out. Secondly, Fund 21, which is the bond, in order to be able to cover some of the projects that we are entering into, we are going to go to the board to sell the third series of the bond, Measure HS, in the next few months. In order to, we believe that we can get about $35 to $40 million. So in order for us to help us moving into the construction phase of some of these projects.
Mr. Alatar?
Yes.
Do you happen to know what our bond rating is?
I'm sorry, the rating?
Our bond rating?
It's AA minus.
AA minus?
I believe so. Yeah, we're slightly notch lower than Arcadia.
Okay, so then
we're in very good shape. We haven't rating have not changed for the last 2-3 years.
So we're because of that rating, we're getting decent prices. We're not being charged higher interest because we're not seen as a big risk.
Yes, there is very little rate difference between our district and, let's say, Arcadia.
Thank you.
And I'm going to just tap into something else Mr. Alatar pointed out. So adult education, again, enrollment is another issue that affects adult ed also, and like the rest of the district, rising costs on a lot of things. So it's not really out of line with that number that you see there. Running back down the list, so Capital Facilities Fund 25, so that one there is our little bit of a decline there, but that's will probably change as the year progresses. This is where our fees that we get for developer fees come in. There are a lot of projects coming around. We also have our School Facilities Fund. So as I mentioned, right now we're just getting into that. So we see some expenses. If we hear information from the state on what's allocated to us, then that number will probably jump up. Not the deficit portion, but the amount, and then take care of that variance. And then our capital fund, Fund 40 there. So as these wind down, the same thing, we budget that it's going to be expended. Projected it's going to be expended because, again, it gives us operational flexibility. That money's available for them to do whatever they need when it arrives.
So a way to address deficit spending in the high school district is similar to our declining enrollment in the regular comprehensive high schools. We must find programs that speak to the people that are enrolling in those programs.
Yes, sir. I think that's right. Yep. Okay, and then we're right at the, I'm going to let Mr. Alatar pick up here on
All right.
risk and safety. And
Thank you very much for the presentation. Board Member Carlos Salcedo, do you have any questions?
A couple comments. Just
ahead.
thank you. I know school finance is tricky. It's confusing. There's a lot of twists and turns, but you guys have been doing a great job for a few years now for us, and keeping us in the positive is always a great thing. I think a lot of that is attributed to the tools. Even though there are so many factors that are unpredictable, we take advantage of things that kind of help us predict, like Davis demographics, to help us kind of predict a little bit what the future holds as far as ADA enrollment, and what those trends are. So I appreciate that. And I know we didn't do it this year, but in the past we've held workshops for board members to kind of help us understand a little bit. So I've always appreciated those. So I appreciate the positive, right? And I really hope LAO is wrong. You know, I know it's a balance, right? And it's a necessity because, you know, with the governors may revise and the LAO, you know, adjustment, we know it's going to fall somewhere in the middle, right? So it gives us a balance. So thank you for all of that.
Thank you, Board Member Carlos Salcedo. Board Member Florencio Briones, do you have any questions regarding the budget?
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. No questions, and thank you for your presentation tonight.
Thank you, Board Member Florencio Briones. Mr. Qui Nguyen, do you have any comments or questions regarding the proposed budget?
Just a very small question. So what's your prediction, you know, to certain amount of certainty, what the outlook of, the financial solvency now school district? I know there's a lot of variable in there, you know, decline enrollment and budget from the state. So in your personal opinion, can you give me, you know, what's your take on it?
My take on it is that, first of all, we're starting from a good place. We have a good reserve, and will keep us solvent for at least 3 years or more. But as we are declining enrollment, the one way to address it is you also have to adjust staffing. And basically not only certificated, but also classified, because you cannot continue providing services for lower and lower number of students, which you get your funding from. So at one point in time throughout this cycle, the next 3 years, the district will have to start making decisions, the board will have to start making decisions about
Thank you, Mr. Elatar. Thank you for your report.
Thank you, Board Member Qui Nguyen. At this time, I just would like to also thank you. Thank you for being our Chief Business Official, and also Mr. Norton. I'm so sorry. I should know your name. You know, you've come here so many times. Thank you for the great presentation. It's always good to look at the money. I know that there's so many things that we want to do, but there's only so much money. And yeah, when you're on the school board and there's some hard decisions that need to be made. But one thing that I have learned while I've been on the board as board president is that we will continue to express our values through what we fund. You know, always look at the budget and see where board members and the district puts their money where their mouth is, and you could see what we value in this district and what we don't. So I know that when those hard decisions need to be made, I have no doubt that we will make the correct decisions that always keeps our students in line and at the forefront of all the decisions that we make. And I skip Mr. Carrasco, I always do. I will give you the final word.
No comments or questions. Just again, thank you for your time and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Okay, moving right along, we're going to move on to E, consent agenda. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and ask my colleagues if they have any questions. Board Member Salcedo, are there any numbers that you'd like to discuss?
No questions.
No questions. Thank you, Board Member Salcedo. Board Member Florencio Briones.
No items. My questions were answered.
No items and no questions. Thank you very much. Board Member Cui Nguyen.
No question.
No questions. Mr. Ruben Carrasco, are there any items that you have any questions on?
No questions.
No questions, and I have no questions. So at this time, I asked for a motion to approve the consent agenda, items 1 through 60. I have a motion on the floor by Board Member Florencio Briones. Can I get a second? I have a second by Board Member Carlos Salcedo. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All 60 consent item agendas are approved. Moving on to regular agenda. We have, we're on item F, regular agenda, F for Frank. Number 1, consider approval of the notice of completion for the district-wide network enclosure replacement project at various locations. Bid number 2021-22, B7. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
I have a motion to approve by Board Member Florencio Briones. Can I get a second?
I second.
I got a second by Board Member Mr. Queen Nguyen. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It passes. Moving on to F2, consider approval to piggyback on Sourcewell, formerly NJPA, contract number 042221 EVC to purchase and or replace electric vehicle charging station equipment and associated software for fleet and load management services with EV Connect. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Board Member Florencio Briones, seconded by Board Member Carlos Salcido. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. F3, consider approval to utilize the Department of General Services Master Service Agreement number 5-22-99-31-01 awarded to Hakuna Services, Inc., doing business as, or DBA, Dimension to remove and dispose of expired PPE, personal protective equipment, hand sanitizers, and sanitizing wipes. Do I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Board Member Florencio Briones. Do I have a second?
I second.
Seconded by Board Member Mr. Queen Nguyen. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Item number F4, consider ratification of an agreement with Pasadena Moving Company to perform moving services for the South El Monte High School modernization project. Do I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Board Member Florencio Briones, seconded by Board Member Carlos Salcedo. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Item F5, consider approval to enter into an agreement with AIRX Utility Surveyors, Inc. to provide an underground utility survey for the Rosemead High School modernization project. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
I have a motion to approve by Board Member Florencio Briones. Can I get a second?
I second.
Seconded by Board Member Mr. Queen Nguyen. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Item 6. F6, consider approval for contract agreement between the El Monte Union High School District and U.S. Bank National Association to provide financial services and education through the operation of a student-run branch at Mountain View High School. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Board Member Carlos Salcedo. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Florencio Briones. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Item F7, consider approval of independent contractor agreement between the El Monte Union High School District and Vision Development Optometry, Inc. to provide services to special education students. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Board Member Florencio Briones. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Mr. Carlos Salcedo. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Item F8, consider approval of annual subscription between the El Monte Union High School District and NWEA for access to math instructional materials. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Board Member Florencio Briones. Can I get a second?
I second.
Seconded by Board Member Mr. Queen. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Item F9, consider approval of service agreement between the El Monte Union High School District and XAP Corporation. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Board Member Florencio Briones. Can I get a second?
I second.
Seconded by Mr. Queen. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item F10, consider approval of professional services agreement between the El Monte Union High School District and Translate Express for translation services for the 2023-2024 school year. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Board Member Florencio Briones. Can I get a second?
I second.
Seconded by Board Member Mr. Queen. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Item F11, consider approval of resolution number 41-22-23 for Juneteenth celebration date. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Board Member Mr. Florencio Briones. Can I get a second?
I second.
Seconded by Board Member Carlos Salcedo. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Item F12, consider...
Sorry, Mr. Padilla.
Yes.
To be clear, 4-0.
4-0. 4-0. I'm sorry, I keep saying 5-0, huh? Come on, Dr. Zuniga, check me. Item F12, consider approval of employment agreement for the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
I move to approve by Board Member Florencio Briones.
Second.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Carlos Salcedo. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 4-0.
Mr. Padilla?
Yep.
If I may, I'd like to welcome Dr. Laura Rivas, who's been with us this evening, whose contract we just approved tonight, and who officially begins July 1st, right? Welcome to the El Monte Union High School District.
Congratulations. You know, I have to tell you, I know that during the break when we were doing the students, you said hello, and I was like, hello. And then in my mind, like, who is this lady? Like, do I know her from somewhere? Or like, you know, like I couldn't place you. Well, hello. Thank you, Mr. Briones. Welcome to the El Monte Union High School District. We are very excited to have you. We can't wait for you to come on, and there's a lot of work to be done, but I know that we looked at your extensive resume. Very impressive. You know, we love your math background, and you kind of heard a little bit about the discussions of mathematics that we've had in this district. So we can't wait to get to work, and you're going to hit the ground running, and we are so excited. So welcome to the El Monte Union High School family. We're very happy to have you here. Board President Ricardo Padilla extends a warm welcome to you. And I'll go ahead and let my colleagues, if they'd like to share any words. Mr. Salcedo?
Yeah, it's just welcome. Very excited to have you here today, and you know, looking forward to our next board meeting and to seeing you here at the district office beginning in July.
Yeah, absolutely. And just so you know a little bit of our backgrounds, Mr. Salcedo is a principal at a California distinguished school with the neighboring school district. We are not a unified school district. I know you've done your homework and you'll know the feeder districts. We're employees of the El Monte City School District. In my day job, I do child welfare and attendance with the neighboring district. He's been in the district for what, 20, 22, 23? How long have you been there? 20 plus?
Been there. Been in education for 27, but I've only been there for about 13.
13.
I taught in LA. So
LAUSD also was a teacher over there. And then this school year, 22-23, this is my 30th year with the El Monte City School District. My entire career has been there doing child welfare. And so you'll notice that I'll harp on child welfare issues, attendance, and Mr. Larry Cecil will tell you about the charts about our ADA and how we need to pay attention to some attendance, especially with all that declining enrollment, and we need to capture all of our ADA, and that will fall under your jurisdiction. Board member Queen here, he's He's an engineer, retired engineer, mechanical engineer, the math
Electrical.
person. Electrical, excuse me. 2 kids that went to Rosemead High School. Both are engineers and highly successful kids. So he knows what it takes to be successful in this district and in the area of mathematics in particular. And he's also a realtor. He's also a financial consultant to multi-million-dollar companies, highly respected in his area. Where we have a very high Asian population in the Rosemead area. And what else can I say? And it's good that we have diversity on our board. It's important to have Asian representation here, and he brings that. So, Mr. Quinuyan, I give you the floor.
Oh, I'm so excited. Looking forward to work with you, Dr. Rivas. I look at your resume and I like it right away because your background in engineering also. And, we probably can talk the same language, when we come to math and science. And I'm looking forward, very excited and looking forward to work with you. And, welcome to our school district.
Welcome, and it's nice to have like Dr. Rivas and Dr. Zuniga. We're going to have several doctors up here, so we love that. So, Mr. Briones, is there any additional words you'd like to share?
Just wanted to welcome Dr. Rivas here. In a previous life, I've served as a deputy supervisor for the County of Los Angeles. So I worked extensively with some of the parents from the Roland Unified School District where you come from, particularly from Rorimer Elementary, near the South San Jose Hills, or in the South San Jose Hills neighborhood there, and Yorbita as well. So, nothing but high praise about you from Dr. Mitchell. And as I told Dr. Superintendent, if Julie likes you and we're able to poach you, then we're going to do it. Welcome aboard. I'm so excited to have you here. Mr. Cecil here is nothing but a fountain of institutional knowledge. So while you still have him, please, make sure that you make use of his brain. Although Larry's not going to go far, as he tells me all the time, he will still be around. So I'm happy to know that there will be a transition period, and you have all of us at your disposal to help you not only be successful, but to truly become a part of the Almonte Union family. So welcome aboard.
Yeah. Thank you, Board Member Florencio Briones. And as you heard, this is our student trustee. We're one of the districts in the San Gabriel Valley that wants to have a student voice. It will be his last meeting here, but we'll give you, Board Member Ruben Carrasco, an opportunity to say a few words to our new assistant, soon to be our new assistant soup of educational services.
Thank you. I had to stand because I couldn't see. But first of all, congratulations and welcome to EMUHSD. You currently are, and you will be a role model for a lot of people, and especially for a lot of our young females, pursuing STEM. So that's just magnificent in its own way. So congratulations and welcome.
Yes. Is there anybody else who'd like to say a few words? Mrs. Robin Torres. Excellent. All right. Mr. Larry Cecil, thank you, Mrs. Robin Torres.
I'm taking my position.
And
I will always be available even after I retire for anything you need. I'm always willing to help.
Thank you, Mr. Larry Cecil. Mr. Will Elatar.
Turn your mics on, folks. Thank you.
I want to welcome you, and we'll be working together. Thank you.
Excellent. And then also our legal counsel. Tell us a little bit about your firm. Who are you with? Let her know.
So I get to work at a place. I'm looking at a computer instead of our new. I work at Olivares Madruga. We've been here for how many years? It's been a while.
Many years,
And
more than 10.
Yeah,
more than...
I'm blessed to work with some great attorneys, but we have a great client relationship. We love El Monte. We love the community. It's a great board. I think you've made a great choice. We look forward to working with you. We're sad to see Larry go, though.
Yeah.
So bittersweet.
Thank you. And then just so you know, the same legal counsel that represents us as a school district, a unified school district, they also represent the city of El Monte. Just so you know, little by little, you'll start getting little pieces here and there. And then we have our amazing administrative secretary to the superintendent. Are there anything you'd like to say? Thank you. Mr. Norton, anything you'd like to say to her right there? I heard it's July 3. Robin said July 3, no? The second one? All right, all right. And then final word, Dr. Zuniga.
Dr. Rivas and I are becoming very close in the last couple of weeks with communication, so we've been in touch already, so we have some homework to do. But I'm very excited to bring her on board. She was selected because she's the best candidate. She was just a stellar reference checks and also resume, and has worked hard to be where she's at now, from a high school principal to becoming a secondary director and supporting Roland, and now making her way here at Monte Union High School District. So I know that her work will speak for herself and what she's capable of, what she's able to support our students, specifically in the academic world, which is the most critical point and really component of our school environment. And we're hoping that her intelligence and strong support for schools will continue to move the district forward. And I'm excited to work alongside with her. The institutional knowledge will come, and we'll all help her with that. But also the X's and O's that she comes with are just exciting to see what could be brought to our district from the experience that she brings on. So congratulations, and excited to bring you on board also. We talk about diversity. I think this is the first time that we've had 2 female cabinet members, and probably a very long time. I don't remember when that occurred. So we are celebrating the diversity in all aspects at this time and this evening. So welcome.
Thank you, Doctor. And I want to be clear on this. Do you like to be called Laura Rivas or Laura Rivas? Everybody, please, for the record, refer to her as Dr. Laura Rivas, not Laura, Laura. So if you're watching, please address her as such, Dr. Laura Rivas. Okay, and I'll tell you, I'm very particular with Dr. Zuniga. Sometimes I'll have a slip where I'm like, oh, Mr. Zuniga, and I quickly will correct myself because I know how hard it is to get a doctorate. I know that, being a female even lowers that to like 1%. Being a Latina woman, it's even less than 1%. So people who have gone through that program and have put that sacrifice, and you put your family through it, let's make sure that we address her as Dr. Laura Rivas, just like we always address Dr. Edward Zuniga as such. And sometimes people will come and they'll want to call you Mr. Zuniga, and I want them like, okay, please address him as Dr. Zuniga, because I know it is so much work and sacrifice that you put in, and the amount of money that you have to, not only that, the money, the sacrifice, what you put your family through, and to finally finish. I know there's so many cases of, people that do, all but dissertation. What do they call those? ABD, all but dissertation. But that's not you guys. You guys did all the way. So welcome, Dr. Laura Rivas. It's a pleasure for us to have you, and thank your family and you for choosing the El Monte Union High School District. Welcome, okay? Welcome so much. Moving right along, we voted on that, correct?
Yes.
All right. So moving on to item F13, consider approval of Second Amendment to Employment Agreement for the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Board Member Florencio Briones. Can I get a second?
I second.
Seconded by Board Member Mr. Queenuian. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Congratulations, Ms. Robin Torres. Okay. Yes. Number 14, F14, consider approval of Sixth Amendment. Oh, that's where it was, Dr. Zuniga, the Sixth Amendment. I thought it was change orders, but the Sixth Amendment to Employment Agreement for the Superintendent. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Board Member Florencio Briones, seconded by Board Member Carlos Salcedo. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That contract is approved. Unlike in the neighboring school district, or not neighboring, but on the news, I was watching the news. Someone's getting fired either yesterday or today. They announced it on TV. Did you guys see that?
Yeah.
Yep.
but it's not in this district.
Temecula.
All right.
Yeah.
Moving right along. Item F15. You saw it, Mr. Nguyen?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Mr. Briones, you saw that too?
Oh, yeah. Been following closely.
Temecula.
Was it Temecula? Okay. I know it was like somewhere, but.
I had the pleasure of meeting some of those trustees in Washington.
Oh, did you? Okay. They were in one of our groups?
We're in my tour group.
Okay. For which congressperson?
No, when we did the tour on Saturday.
On the coast to coast?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. I mean, I shouldn't be laughing. That's kind of sad, but you know. Item F15, consider approval of declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 2023-2024 school year. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Board Member Florencio Briones. Can I get a second?
I second.
Seconded by Board Member Mr. Quinouyan. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion carries 4-0. Now we're going to move on to G on the agenda. G is roundtable and closure of the meeting. So at this time, I'm going to move on to G1, topics or issues to be brought forward to future agenda items. Board Member Carlos Salcedo.
No items.
No items. Thank you very much. Board Member Florencio Briones.
A few items, actually.
Few items. All right.
First one, I brought this up prior a few times now. The Senate Constitutional Amendment 2 regarding lowering the voting age to 17. I would really like to have a discussion on that, and then if the board is amenable to it, then vote on a resolution of support. So I would ask for my colleagues to support that to bring at a future meeting for discussion. Additionally, since we had the conversation during our budget presentation about funding formula here in California regarding Senate Bill 98, which would change the funding formula from ADA to enrollment, would also respectfully ask that we bring that up for discussion and consideration at a future meeting. A few months ago, our student trustee did bring to us a proposal to expand the student trustee position from 1 student to 2 students. So we would have a senior trustee and a junior trustee so that there's some continuity between the two. So, you know, take some time to get acclimated to being on the board. And so I would also respectfully ask that we bring that for consideration, definitely discussion, and then, you know, to hear from our incoming trustee about their thoughts as well. Ruben or Mr. Carrasco, I know you had brought us the proposal already. So if you could get that to Dr. Zuniga if you don't already have it, so he can send it to us in our Friday memo, so we can see what the proposal was, exactly what SAC had voted on to send to the board. And then the last item, and I'll send this information to Dr. Zuniga to provide to us in our Friday memo. There's a proposal from Metro and Caltrans to expand the 60 freeway between the 605 freeway and I believe Rosemead Boulevard, adding 1 lane in each direction of travel. And so as part of that proposal, it's not finalized yet, but the proposal that they're looking at, that Metro and Caltrans are looking at, would necessitate the demolition of 10 homes in South El Monte along Leonard Avenue, just north of the 60 freeway. As we've already discussed, we have a problem with housing in our communities, and demolishing 10 homes doesn't sit well with me because it obviously will reduce the housing stock. In addition, we have South El Monte High School, which is right up against the 60 freeway. Any additional lanes is just going to increase vehicle miles traveled, traffic, particulate matter, smog. You know, all of it is negative in my opinion. So I would like for us to have a discussion at the next meeting or future meeting about a resolution that we could send to Metro and Caltrans opposing any proposals from them that would expand the freeways within the boundaries of our district, that would have any proposals that would expand freeways or have a negative impact on our communities. So those are the 4 items that I would like to get a consensus on.
Okay, so then Dr. Zuniga and I will sit down and discuss and put these things on the agenda.
Thank you. That's all tonight. Thank you, Mr. Padilla.
All right. Mr. Board Member Quinouyan, any topics or issues to be brought
my only
forward?
topic is purely academic.
Okay.
Like the previous board meeting, I would like to explore about the possibility bringing the IB program to our El Monte High School district. Part of it because I want, to fight the decline in enrollment and Secondly, we try to attract more, kids to our district because of that program. People have kids, they want the best for their kid, whatever it is, so we give them an option, just try to explore the IB program in our school, and we have, 5 comprehensive high schools, so see what's happening. So it's just my idea.
Okay, the Dr. Edward Zuniga, superintendent, and I will talk about that, and then we'll look into that. Okay, board member Ruben Carrasco.
No items for me.
No items. Okay, and in terms of items for me, I just want to make sure that we are continuing to get the attendance data for all of our comprehensive high schools, particularly, to focus on, we got to do something about attendance. Listening to the presentation today from our CBO, and seeing that we used to be at 95%. And bottom line, if Rosemead can get to 95% and Arroyo can get to 95%, there's no reason why South El Monte and Mount View High School cannot do that. We seriously have to look into like an attendance initiative district-wide, finding ways to incentivize our kids to get their butts to school. And if their butts are not in school, we need to start deploying some people of doing some home visits, knocking on some doors, even if it means the superintendent going and knocking on some doors like LAUSD superintendent did, looking for some of the kids. And we need to not continue to do what we've always done. We need to try some new innovative things. I know for a while we had Hazel, the Hazel Health Program, where we got virtual doctors at all of our schools. So if the kids were being out for medical reasons, that they could see the doctors there on our campuses and they could write the prescription and it would get sent to the pharmacy. And many of our kids have Medi-Cal. We need to, get our child welfare and attendance people to unite forces, put their brains together with our comprehensive student support coordinators, with some assistant principals, and including the principals, like what is your plan going to be at your site to increase our kids, and I've always said this, I do child welfare and attendance for a living. I don't care if you teach the teachers reteaching strategies and you put them through, the capturing kids' hearts and all the teachers on special assignment and all that personnel. If you can train the teachers all you want, if the kids are not here, it does not matter. So we need to get the kids here, and we need to get the kids here on time, because you guys have already heard that board member Queen Nguyen visited, several schools with the superintendent, and kids were coming in at like half hour after the start time, which is already 8:30 to begin with. We got to pay attention to that. Attendance must be something that is everybody's issue, not just the child welfare people, but everybody needs to start paying attention to attendance. And I don't care, get creative. We got a lot of supplemental funds, if it means prom tickets, if it means yearbooks, if it means whatever, survey the kids, tell them, what do you want? What is it going to take? We got to listen to what the heck they're saying and meet them with what they want. Whatever. I know you get creative with t-shirts, and when Robin Torres was principal at El Monte High School, they would do the little charging things for their phone and the plugs, and there's all kinds of stuff that you guys are creative that you've done. I've seen it. The little bags, whatever. During your morning announcements, do raffles, whatever, pizza party, whatever it takes. We have got to get the kids to come to our school. And if they're not in our schools, we need to start knocking on some doors. Just period. That's my whole thing, Dr. Zuniga. I want to see some type of comprehensive plan of what are we going to do. And again, like in my day job, we have to come with a district-wide unified comprehensive plan. What are we going to do? Are we going to recognize them at the end of the first semester, at the end of the second semester, or something in between? Do a special barbecue, bring in and out, bring a DJ, whatever you guys got to do, like put some heads together and increase that enrollment. And if you need to give more resources to schools like South El Monte and Mountain View, so be it. We got to do it. We got to do something, or if we don't do something different, to continue to do what we've always done is the definition of insanity. So you got to change something. So what are we going to change to increase that attendance? And Yeah, that's that. So moving right along, I have no other items. Thank you, Dr. Edward Zuniga. Is there anything you'd like to say, Dr. Edward Zuniga, Superintendent?
I do just have one item. It's related to the City of Rosemead's 4th of July parade. Mr. Nguyen and I had spoken about trying to engage our district for this annual event, which is probably their biggest one of the year. And we have about 3 schools that will be participating. Unfortunately, with the change in summer and a lot of changes happening, we want to get more folks, but at least some of the units like cheer team and drill team will be participating. Arroyo, Rosemead, and El Monte, I believe, have confirmed. I've been in touch with the city office, and also as dignitaries, if you wish to participate, there's a process for that to take place. We have to complete a liability waiver form. I can put the comprehensive names together as far as one form who's participating, but if we wish to do that, then let me know as soon as possible. I got to get that information out. I also will arrange any type of vehicle, because it's more about the parade route, for the board to participate in the parade route. Work with the city, whether we have to provide that or the city's looking to provide sponsors in that. I think they'll take care of that. But I just need to get a good sense if anybody is interested in participating. I know Mr. Nguyen, you'll be participating.
I will be participating also. I
and Mr.
told Ms.
Padilla will be.
Alma Regosa.
Okay.
Mr. Salcido, will you be participating in that? Yeah.
It's 4th of July holiday. It's actually on that day. So
The what?
thing.
Something, another
It's on the
engagement?
actual holiday, yeah.
It's a what?
It's on 4th of July day as well.
Right.
So it's another. So,
So you have another engagement. Got it.
fireworks.
Fireworks stands.
Got it. Got it. Mr. Florencio Briones?
No, I have a family event.
Got it. Okay,
for
so
that
you have your
holiday.
answer. And then if somebody could reach out to Professor Stella Torres de Sigris?
Yeah, I'll call her tomorrow just
Okay.
to confirm so we can turn it in tomorrow.
Perfect.
Okay, and I know that this Roseby also is having their state of the city address. I believe also next Friday, if I'm not mistaken. So if anybody's interested in doing that, they've asked
Be
for
a flyer
RSVP
in
too.
our, there'll be a flyer?
Yeah.
The mail, okay.
Yeah, so you'll see that as well.
Okay.
So let us know so we could RSVP,
Yeah.
or you could do it on your own. I think some of them already submitted their RSVP as well.
Yeah.
And then finally, again, just my gratitude and just a thank you to the board for working alongside with me. I know that the work never ends. There's always a lot going on, as you can see, for a high school district. It's a beast. And my support by the board really allows me to continue doing the work that I need to do to ensure that there's accountability, also support for our schools, as Mr. Padilla mentioned, with providing the resources necessary in the classrooms, in the exterior of our facilities and buildings, and also communicate with our community in general to bring resources to the district too. So thank you for your support. I appreciate that.
You're welcome, Dr. Edward Zuniga. And yeah, you do have the support of the entire board. And, you know, I hopefully that by approving item 14, you could be at ease that, you know, we approve that employment agreement and that you can go and do the work and not worry about, you know, the board not wanting you to be here. And I have to publicly say that just so to give you peace of mind. With that being said, I know CSBA also, if you're going to be attending CSBA, I'm not sure if you guys have told Ms. Regosa if you're going. Will you be attending CSBA this year, Mr. Salcedo? You will? Okay. Mr. Briones?
Yeah, I do plan on it.
You do? Okay. And then I plan on attending, Mr. Yeah. For myself, is it possible? I do want to go to the CLSBA luncheon for me. And then we don't have any Golden Bell submissions this year, correct? Or do we, Dr. Zuniga?
We were in discussion, so I'm going to meet with Mr. Ciso. There's still some time to complete. We were working
Well,
on a high school parent engagement.
The reason that I asked that is, like, do we sign up for the for the Golden Bell lunch or not? Like,
Yeah, we have some time for that, so we have a little
Okay.
bit more. I think that we have till at least, September or something, so we have some time.
okay.
So we'll work with you guys on that too.
For me, I do want to go to that, the CLSBA. I always like to go to the Latino, the one that talks about issues of English language learners. And then I do want to go to the legislative action lunch, like the updates. And then I want to go to the API breakfast. I've never been to that. You know, it's the Asian Pacific Islander breakfast. And I wanted to ask Mr. Kui, are you going to be attending that? Yeah. Okay, I would like to go to that. And then what is the spotlight lunch? I don't know what that is. What does that mean? Does anybody know? Florencia, do you know what, or Mr. Briones, do you know what the spotlight lunch is for CSBA?
The spotlight lunch?
It's
I
a
think there are
spotlight
like
lunch.
awards or recognition of local board members, spotlights, if I recall, but I'll get that information to you on Friday's
Yeah, because
memo.
it's on here for lunch. I'm going to the API breakfast on December 1st, but then it says December 1st spotlight lunch, but I didn't know what that was. Are you going to the spotlight lunch?
We could do a summary for you on Friday, just
Yeah,
to see what
okay.
it is.
And then the dates for what are the dates for Naleo? Who's going to Naleo? Are you going to Naleo? Are you going to Naleo, Mr. Briones?
I am not.
You're not, Mr. Cui. I'm going to that. When does it start? Because I know you gave me 2 dates here, but is it July 9th? Okay. Okay, so I see what you're saying. So you already. Oh, I see what you did. Got it. Got it. Okay. Okay. Got it. Thank you. Thank you so much. And then,
You should receive the form, I believe, to sign up for all the luncheons for CSPA. We're happy to continue to take them. If you need another one, we'll go through them and
yeah, I'm
provide
just
that
being
for
very
you.
particular because I know they're very particular. Like if you don't sign up ahead of time, once you're
Yeah.
there, you're stuck.
These
You're out.
luncheons, we have a little more time.
You're stuck.
I believe, huh?
They-
Okay.
They don't let you buy
Yeah,
anything
for the
on the
days.
spot. Okay.
Sooner the better, but we appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Edward Zuniga, and thank you for all that you've done. You know, it's been a rough with COVID, and you know, I talked about how the kids that graduated today were kind of our COVID kids, and I mean, we've been COVID board members, and you've been COVID superintendent and COVID staff, and it's been tough. It's been so tough. So kudos to you two for your leadership and all that you've done with your cabinet and with principals and stuff. So kudos to them. So item G2, closed session. Go ahead and Olivares and Madruga, Terrence Gallagher, would you like to report out on that?
Mr. President, referring to item A2 of the agenda, the board received information, no final action was taken, and that concludes the readout.
Thank you so much, Attorney Gallagher, Terrence Gallagher. And Terrence is spelled Terence, 1 R, and it's not an A at the end. So just like we're going to say Dr. Laura Rivas, also know that this is Terrence Gallagher, Terrence with 1 R and an E at the end, right?
Just like Terrence Trent D'Arby, the famous rhythm and blues singer from like 25 years ago. He's the last pop culture reference I have for Terrence. So if
There
anyone
you go.
comes up with one,
Okay,
I'm happy to
so
hear
for
it.
the record, there it is. So thank you so much, Attorney from Olivares and Madruga. Item number 3, report out from closed session, which you just did. And so at this time, we will adjourn this meeting at 10:12. Oh, really quick. I know I ended that meeting. A special day. There was a memorial service earlier today, beginning at 4 o'clock, and it was in honor of Sergeant Michael Paredes of the El Monte Police Department and Officer Joseph Santana, 2 former students of this school district and families of this community, and beloved officers who paid the ultimate sacrifice for protecting us here in El Monte. So I would like to end in their honor of the Santana family and the Paredes family. Our hearts go out to you, and though Sergeant Michael Paredes and Officer Joseph Santana are no longer here, they will always live in our hearts of every single board member, administrator, and leader in this district, but also in the El Monte community. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.